Jagger just took the top spot. So that I don't disrupt anything. Yeet.
Hi everybody, mistershins here. Tonight, some more Spooktober VN Jam games, starting with Exposure. Here we go. Order Breakers, thank you for the follow. There it is. I'm here and I desire cat emote, says Border Breakers.
File Council just subscribed for 4 months.
File Council, thank you for the subscribe. Fool, thank you for the subscribe. You guys, thank you everybody for being here tonight. So these streams are very special to me. We are doing Exposure and 9 to 5 a.m. and the developers are here with us tonight. We're going to talk about these games after we play. There's a pin at the top of the chat. If you want to download these games, play them, you can do so at that link. And if you play them, rate them. It helps the developers for the Spooktober Jam. And I'm very excited to play this game and the one after. So let's just do let me see if we can dive right into this. I wanted to say, Fool and Vile Council, you guys, thank you so much for the subscribes. Appreciate you guys very much. Border Breakers, thank you for the follow. And Atari got first. Well done, Atari. Appreciate everybody being here. We're just going to dive right in. Black, thank you for being here, and thank you for shouting out Vile Council. You guys, please give Vile Council a follow. Vile Council right now is playing. Is it Revenge of Monkey Island or is it Escape? It's he's playing Monkey Island. And if you've never seen the adventures of Guybrush Threepwood, you should check it out. Dr. Knack, hello. Okay. Black says, how's Mr. Shins? I am okay, Black. I am hanging in there. We're going to make it. We're going to get through this week. Okay, and without further delay, let's start this game. What is your name? I know that one. Mr. Shins. All lowercase, like E.E. Cummings. They, them, she, her, or he, him. I love these options. I'm a he, him.
Northern_vibes just subscribed.
Northern Vibes. Thank you so much for the subscribe. Can I get a shout out for Northern Vibes? Rumors tell of a hare-like creature with the antlers and hooves of a deer. I think I need to... Can I go to options and speed up the scroll a little bit? Text speed. Oh yeah, it's, let's try right in the middle. Okay. Rumors tell of a hare-like creature with the antlers and hooves of a deer. There is no solid proof of this creature's existence. The closest thing to a picture anyone has of it are old cave drawings from a time long before your own or other artists' renditions. Oh, thanks, Border Breakers. Appreciate it. Antlers in markets sold as those of a jackalope have always been proven to be those of a deer or elk. Lucky jackalope's feet are always that of a rabbit. With how similar this creature is to a hare, the masses largely disregard its existence as folktales or mistakes, nothing more. But you are on a mission to prove it's real. Oh wow. This is my childhood, trying to find the jackalope. After weeks of traveling alone and hauling heavy gear into the desolate wilderness, you finally arrive at your destination, the last rumored sighting of the elusive jackalope. Ah, this is it. It's a beautiful place, isn't it? So far from the rest of civilization. Always Frisky, hello. Thank you for being here. Maybe I could get used to this. You have your field journal scrawled with as many notes about mysterious creatures known as cryptids as you could find. Where are the channel points vibes tonight? Because we're doing VNs tonight for the Spooktober Jam. The most of the channel redeems are off tonight. I'm so sorry, but they'll be back on Monday. The nearest locals are days away from here.
Always Frisky just followed.
Always Frisky, thank you so much for the follow. The nearest locals are days away from here, and most of what they heard came from travelers who passed through. A few coins loosened enough lips. Even if what they spouted were half-truths, you'll take something over nothing. My night is ruined. I'm so sorry, Northern Vibes. Oh, but it's nice to see you. Besides, the cattle wrangler and his indigenous partner swore on higher powers that what they spoke was the truth. It's something you can respect. When all you have is your word, what more can you offer? It's time to capture my proof. But how should I find the right place to set up? Hunters suggested looking for tracks, or I should set out some bait. I come to it, or it comes to me. How How successful are the hunters, though? How would I know what they like to eat? We're going to look for tracks. You set your gear down and start checking the desert caliche for any signs of prints. It's tough to do, but you find evidence of an animal in the area. A small pile of dried pebble poo, broken limbs and missing stalks from scrubland brush, and, most encouragingly, scrapes against a dried tree. This looks like buck rub. No deer live out here, it's perfect. Now that I can tell where an animal's been, I know where to set out bait. Looking for the area with the most evidence, you find a good spot to place some bait. A few dried fruits and fresh greens should do the trick for your herbivorous quarry. Now for the most important part. I need to set up my camera. While you could make an effort to capture a jackalope alive, there is no guarantee it would survive the trek back to civilization. They're also rumored to be quite large, too, so lugging one back would be pretty difficult for you. Besides, there have been many falsified taxidermies. You're no trapper. You're a photographer. Oh, thank you always, Frisky. I appreciate it. The only thing that will satisfy the masses is photographic evidence of one in the wild. Photography is a new technology, but that means it's harder to fake a photo, at least you hope. Placement, chemicals, development. I think placement's probably, but I would place the camera first. I would worry about chemicals and development after the fact. It should be placed somewhere far enough away not to scare the creature, but close enough to get a clear photograph. You identify a good vantage point that is sturdy enough for your camera. With some effort, you set up the tripod and lug the heavy piece of equipment up onto it until it settles safely at an angle you're happy with. There. That seems like it'll work. Let's check our chemicals. Let's see. I have gun cotton and ether for the collodion? Oh well. That's what makes everything stick to the glass. Silver nitrate for the activation bath seems all right. That's what reacts with light once it mixes with the collodion. Do you know how to code, Mr. Shins? A little bit. I know a little bit here and there. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Believe it or not, the thing that I'm best at is Perl, which is just kind of a, I don't know, I use it to stitch one thing to another. I'm thinking about becoming a software engineer. Northern Vibes, go for it. I think knowing you and your personality, I think you'd be good at anything you put your hand to. No, I don't think it's too hard. It just takes time and patience. I also need to make sure my developer solution and water are readily available. You go through various bottles of chemicals and ensure they're not broken, but also easily accessible for when it's time to take a picture. It doesn't actually seem that hard was my nickname in high school, says Lindsay Harvey. Oh, hello, Lindsay Harvey. Welcome. Where is the... Oh, here's my developer solution. That turns light-affected silver into a metallic silver so I can separate any silver that didn't react. I should make sure the tray of fixative solution is set up nearby. I need to dip the negative in it to fix everything to the plate. The fixative solution has sodium thiosulfate that reacts with the silver in the collodion after it is exposed to light. This solution gets rinsed off during the development process. Really wish I knew how to say this word. Oh well. Lorelei beckons, hello. Oh, right. I need the varnish to finish the negative so I can make prints for my journal to sell to the papers. I'll need to remember to build a fire to heat the varnish. Man, developing photographs out in the wilderness, tough. I've developed black and white in a bag, and that's hard enough. Border Breaker says, our writing team did a lot of research on early camera tech, as you can probably tell. Yes, and I'm big into photography, or at least I used to be, and it all feels legit to me, and very, very difficult to do without the modern stuff. Build a fire to heat the varnish. Oh my god. The varnish and the negative need to be heated. This varnish protects the negative. Taking some time to build a small fire, you feel prepared with all of your chemicals nearby and easily accessible. Okay, development. It's still sunny out. I need my dark tent set up, otherwise the light will ruin my negatives once I put the collodion on them.
Turn it off.
Wittershin just came in and shut the light out on me. It's like, turn out the big light. Just a thing here. I always keep the light on. It was not. Oh. Tree, hello. Thank you for using your precious bits to gigantify the high emote. No big light. Unloading a thick canvas cover, you carefully tent it over your camera, knowing that the better you can protect the negative, the better and cleaner the final photograph will be. Going through various wooden trays and bottles of chemicals, you ensure the entire development process is near your camera for immediate action to avoid ruining your negatives. After I've done all this, I can make prints with paper and chloride after I set up camp. I'm ready to go. Now that everything is set up, all there is to do is wait. While the hours go by with the sun's heat as your only companion, you find quiet activities to occupy your time. Now is a good time to review my notes for any other rumors about nearby sightings. The Thunderbird. That's my real prize. I'll show them it's real. Rustling in the brush near your bait catches your attention. When you peer over the ledge, you see it. The jackalope. Exactly how it was described. A large hare with the antlers and hooves of a deer. Black, thank you for shouting out Northern Vibes. And Tree. It's here. It's real. Now's your chance to snag a picture. Rapidly get up to and get to your camera. No, that'll scare it away. Cautiously. We must cautiously approach. The jackalope seems to take no notice, sniffing at the unusual bait of greenery you left for it. You take the opportunity to pull out your chemicals and a glass plate while in the dark tent. First, the collodion mixture goes on the plate, which you carefully pour out to the edges. Then, you cover it with silver nitrate to sensitize it to light. With steady hands, you slot the wet negative into your camera and line up the shot. When it comes to taking photos, patience is key. The photo can take almost a minute to fully capture. That's why it's so hard to capture photos of animals. You have to be careful, waiting for the right moment when the jackalope seems to not be moving much. You carefully remove the lens cap to expose the negative to light. I need to make a jackalope immediately, says Tree.
Do it.
Yes, do it. We have a jackalope crochet. Your hands shake with anticipation as you count down the seconds. Depending on the lighting, it can take a full minute to fully capture a photograph. Luckily, in the daytime, this is a faster process, usually only taking 10 seconds or so. The jackalope has noticed your movement, but the bait keeps it distracted, and your overall caution hasn't given it a reason to fear for its life. You wait and wait, timing the passing seconds. Finally, you pull the negative out and glance at it under the darkness of the canvas. Light from the ground reflects up into your vision, giving you just enough to see it. A perfect photograph of the jackalope. I did it! Quickly and carefully, you grab your developer solution and pour it over the plate, transforming the affected parts of the negative into a metallic silver. Lastly, you rinse the plate off with water so that it's safe to take out of the dark tent. Now you can fix the plate in your tray of sodium thiosulfate to fix everything in place before a final rinse with water has your negative nearly finished. Setting it aside carefully to dry, you look out and find that the jackalope is staring at you, frozen in place. Hey, little guy. You're really incredible. You know that? The number of people who are going to finally see you and know that you exist is going to blow your mind. You'll be famous. The jackalope doesn't seem keen on being spoken to by a stranger and tears off into the wilderness. Hello, mistershins. Welcome to the chat. Nice knowing you. Now that your negative is dry, you can varnish it for protection. Everything has turned out perfectly, so this final step seals the deal. You heat the bottle of varnish in your glass plate, and then work to seal your negative with your varnish. Now you have a final negative that you can make prints out of. Man, I thought like just film photography now was hard. This like sounds terribly difficult. Commence the clicky clackies. You quiet down over there. Fine, be that way. This is amazing. I did it. It's really done. Now I just need to make camp since it's getting late, and then I can make a print and add this to my journal. We have a real photo of a jackalope. I assume these are all the photos that you find at Idaho gas stations. After spending time packing your things, you head off into the wilderness to find a good spot to make camp. Border Breaker says, imagine slogging a box full of glass plates up a mountainside on deer trails. Right? This is a dedicated person. I guess we are a dedicated person. With a merry fire going and a hearty stew over it, you work to produce your first print from a brand new negative. A perfect image of a jackalope sits perched between your fingers. The flickering firelight casts a warm glow on your face. You've done it, and this is just the first step. Tucking this first commemorative print into your field journal, a sense of accomplishment fills your chest. This is only the beginning. It's been a few days since you found your first success, and the good feeling has not ebbed. The jackalope picture sits proudly in your journal, a reminder that all this wasn't for nothing. Others might have thought it a flight of fancy when I packed my things and ventured all the way out to the middle of nowhere. They have no idea what kind of gold mine I've uncovered. And the jackalope is only the beginning of things. There are greater beasts that roam these wildlands if rumors and hearsay are true. You want people to believe you, you're going to need to find one of those greater beasts. That's why I'm here, but it's not as if you've had any luck thus far. I read in the newspaper about a hiker who got lost and ran into a great armored hissing bear. Come to think of it, the description is markedly similar to one of the creatures I've written about in my journal. You reach for your journal and take a look. Bumblebear. Bumblebear type of your sign with insectoid creatures. No one has ever gotten close enough to their den to capture one in a photograph. Highly territorial, aggressive. It's not what I'm looking for. But if I can get a genuine photograph of one, no one could accuse this of being a hoax. You make your way deeper through the arid flatlands, unsure of exactly what you're looking for. The deeper you draw away from civilization, from your camp, the more activity you see in the corner of your eyes. You try not to pay too much attention to the murmuring of insects and the scurrying of wild animals disturbed by your presence. Let's see. Maybe I should try looking for tracks? I should look for signs of hunting. Tracks or hunting? Let's look for signs of hunting. Bumblebears are aggressive, so there's a chance that I can find signs of them marking their territory. Might be a long shot, but it's the best idea you have. With that in mind, you start searching for signs of life. There's scant little around the canyon besides you. Only a few dead trees and cacti in which small animals have burrowed. When you try to get a closer look, they hide from your gaze. They're just regular animals. No need to bother them. You turn your attention back ahead when a tumbleweed barrels past you, rickety branches clicking together as it's carried by the wind. Whoa. You stumble, tripping on air. You wave your arms in a frantic attempt to right yourself, but it's too late. You catch yourself with your hands and knees, and the force of the fall sends a jolt from your bones all the way to your teeth. Ow. With a drawn-out groan, you pull yourself into a sitting position and immediately move to examine your pack. The fall jostled your equipment, but everything looks intact. Thank goodness. This far out in the wild, I can't get any replacement for my equipment. I need to take better care of what precious resources I have. What's this? As you pick yourself up off the ground, you notice gouges carved out of the dirt, almost like someone took a knife to canvas over and over. The markings are irregular, large enough that you can't tell what kind of creature made them. This is unlike any predator I've ever seen. You pick yourself up and brush dirt off yourself, examining the ground around you. Now that you know what you're looking at, you notice these markings intermittently scattered across the earth. Did the bumble bear leave this? Are they tracks or signs of a battle? I could probably capture a photograph for posterity, but I can't miss out on this opportunity. Another chance to capture a real cryptid, not just vague evidence. Onward it is then. Nothing left but to follow the indents scuffed in the dirt. Eventually you come upon a flat clearing broken up by an irregular mound that looked like it's been uprooted and dried. The trail led me here. I wonder if this is where the bumble bear lives. That mound should make a good place to set up my camera. I need the high ground. Lorelei says cryptids. You start going through the motions of getting your camera in order. You know the routine by heart at this point. You amble up the mound, placing the tripod's spokes firmly on the semi-solid earth. It doesn't feel as stable as you originally thought it would, but it's still firm enough for you to stand on. Perfect place to capture the bumble bear. You smile to yourself, unable to contain your excitement. After years of searching, chasing the tail ends of pipe dreams and close calls and false sightings, within the span of a few days, you'll have not just one, but 2 photographs. Woogie, thank you for the lurk. Gotta get a shout out for Woogie. Undeniable proof. It's almost too good to be true. Could it be something about this place? If that's the case, I found the gold mine. Oh my God. The sound strikes you with to your very core, like a deep drumbeat harmonizing to an insect's wings. What was that? You twist and turn in an attempt to find the sound's origin. From around a craggy outcropping, you see it. A lurking behemoth, as wide as you are tall. You can make out tufts of fur sticking up every which way, as if the creature has fashioned itself into some facsimile of a furry bear to hide its claws. But there's no concealing its long tongue, its unblinking eyes, the massive tail that ends in a sharpened point, large enough to unquestionably turn you into a skewer if you were close enough. And it's coming right at you. All right. We are about 30 seconds out from our ad break. I'm going to take this opportunity to run a quick ad. Sorry to anybody that is behind the commercial wall, but I will see you in 180 seconds. She's beautiful, says Wittershins. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. I missed something that Lore said. Lore said, I can't believe you can say Bumblebear without giggling. Oh, Jazz, thank you for the lurk. I'm going to give Jazz a quick shout out before we continue here. If you guys haven't followed Jazz, please give her a follow. All right. It's coming right at you. What? What's it doing? Creature picks up speed, talons striking the ground as it bounds up to you, mandibles parting in a snarl, allowing you to see rows of deadly sharp teeth and a proboscis thrashing like a whip. Something has stirred it into a frenzy. You have stirred it into a frenzy. What did I do? Stay back! Take the photograph! Fight back. I think I'm gonna run. It seems like it'd be a good idea to run.
Raided with 6 viewers.
Oh, we have a raid. Vile Council. Black, thank you for shouting out Vile Council. Vile Council, thank you so much for the raid. I was watching Vile's stream earlier. He was doing Monkey Island. And you guys should definitely give Vile Council a follow if you have not. He is wonderful. Become a member of the Vile Council. Vile, thank you so much for raiding. If there's anybody from Vile's stream that doesn't know me, I'm mistershins. I play games with stories. Right now we're doing a Spooktober VN Jam game called Exposure. And right after this, we're going to have a talk with one of the developers, or maybe a couple of the developers. And then we're also going to do one more game from the Spooktober Jam after this, and also talk to those developers. No, you're wonderful, Vile Council. You are. Hello, Atari. Thank you guys so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and we just encountered a cryptid, and take a photograph when it's. I think we have to run. I think this is really the only option. Fight back. We're no match for this thing. Sensei 1010, hey, you creepy little man. Take the photo. Take a blurry photograph of the cryptid, says Vile. Photo. Okay, everybody's okay. Die with your boots on. All right, we'll take the photograph. Take a photo, says Dr. Knack. You guys win. You guys win. Okay. All right. I mean, you have to be able to say, you creepy little man to people, and that should be fine. That's something that needs to be said. Okay, take a photograph. This may be your only chance. The Bumblebear is in motion, but a blurry photograph is better than nothing at all. Filthy is much worse, says Vile. Filthy little man. With what may be the last conscious second you have in this life, you lunge for your plate. The truth is bigger than this, bigger than your own life. But your shaking hands slip as you make one last desperate bid for proof. The plate slips out of your grasp, oh no, and shatters against your feet. Your heart sinks to your stomach. No! Oh no. The Bumblebear lunges and tackles you to the ground. Your head hits a rock and pain blossoms in your last few seconds of consciousness. The Bumblebear pins you to the ground, and the last thing you see before your vision fades is its gaping maw, the steam of its hot breath, saliva dripping down on your face. And then the world goes dark. No, guys, not cuddles, not bonk. Death. Oh, wait, maybe not. You groan as your eyes flutter open, revealing what appears to be your camp, however, with the addition of a pair of strangers. Wait, oh, Papa, Papi, they're waking up. Easy there, Mia. Give them some space. As your vision clears, you get a better look at them. You don't recognize the individuals hovering over you, yet somehow they feel trustworthy. Just like my poppy used to say, says Well Counsel. Survival jump scare. Atari says, you know what my dad once said? What did your dad once say, Mr. Jaguar? It's possible you're delusional, considering what happened. Maybe you took a knock to the head? How are you feeling? I think I'm alive. Pretty rough. Great, all things considered. These are all good answers. Well, not great. We didn't get our photo. It's terrible. This is the most terrible thing that's ever happened. To live and not get the photo? I think I'm alive. Well, Council says, I hope the joke isn't that you don't leave after you say that opening. I say nothing. Okay. Better than dead. You're real lucky we were there. Hmm? Oh, you're real lucky we were there. Well, mostly me papa. He rescued you. I'm gonna have to work on my reading for the girl here. Really? Thank you. Thanks. No, really, thank you. I mean, it's good to be rescued. I'm assuming that was their pet, though, or something. How'd they get it off of me? What happened? You got attacked by a bumble bear. Be polite, says Wittershins. I don't know what put you there in that mama bear's path. But there are only two kinds of people in a situation like that. The smart ones who run, and the stupid ones who don't. Uh-oh, I'm the stupid one. How did I get back here? I hauled you back. Saw your campfire a while back. Figured some outsider who doesn't know any better is lost. They expect to find someone poking the bear. Who are you? I'm Lupe, and this is me papa, Javier. It's nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. Okay, it's nice to meet you. What's your name, partner? It's Mr. Shins. How do we call you? I go by he, him. Oh, fancy. See, puppy? I told you asking folks is a good idea. How progressive of them. I suppose so. What are you doing out here anyway? I'm a photographer. A what? I take pictures of things, photographs. Wait, where's my camera? Your what? It's a box with a glass lens on a tripod and a three-legged stand. Oh, do you mean that weird contraption we found near you? We brought it back along with all your other stuff. You have books! Clint Eastwood over here, says Vile. Doing my best. Tree says, this game is beautiful. It is beautiful, isn't it, Tree? He does look like a sexy Eastwood, I agree. Yeah. Before you can say anything else, Lupe pulls out your field journal. She seems very excited about it. This one has a picture of a jackalope, like a real picture, not a drawing. Did you take that with your camera? Yeah, I did. Yep, it took a lot of work, but it was worth it. No, we'll be kind of modest. Well, wait, she's excited about it. Maybe, like, I could be excited about with her. That seems appropriate. Good luck, Vile Council. We're counting on you. Wait, you went through my journal? It was open on the ground. I couldn't help myself when I saw your notes about cryptids. Why are you out here with a picture-taking contraption? That's none of your business. Rude. I don't want to say. Well, I'm trying to take pictures of cryptids, you guys. It's my goal to take photographs of as many strange creatures and monsters as I can. Why? To prove to the world that they really exist. People don't think they exist? There aren't any good photographs of cryptids. There are plenty of artistic renderings, but none of those prove the existence of cryptids, so many people deny they're real. Of course they're real. You saw the bumble bear up close, and you have a picture of a jackalope now. Someone might accuse me of putting deer antlers on a rabbit. I need more than just that. It's so hard to get the pictures because I can't get close, and they don't stay still. Why do they need to be still? Because it takes a long time for the picture to take, so any movement makes the picture blurry. It's another reason there aren't any good photos to prove the existence of these cryptids. We know things about these creatures. Lupe. What? We do. And this camera thingy is really cool. We could see it work. You called me an outsider. Do you two live around here? Yeah. You feel excitement welling in your chest. Today might not have gone as planned, but maybe this is even better. Javier's gonna yeet you right back into the bumble bear habitat. Yeah, he's not trusting me yet, is he? I'll win him over. I'm very charming, you know? I think I am. Could you help me take pictures of cryptids? Really? Poppy does not look happy, says Lore. It's just if you say you're doing it for the Insta. Seems like a bad idea. Oh, Poppy, please, 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 please. I don't want to be responsible. Oh, it's not. I don't want to be responsible for him getting hurt. If he tries to take more pictures on his own, he might definitely get hurt. I might be dead if not for you. You could be my guide. I guess I do need the help. I like this one in the middle. You could be my guide. Javier seems to ruminate on this for a long time, his brow furrowed in concentration, while he considers all of their options. Besides that, his expression is hard to read. Will he go along with it? So? You're really excited about this, huh? Werg, hello! Nice to see you, sir. Can I get a shout out for Werg? Oh, Order Breaker's got auto-modded. I've been told we need DILF dating DLC. You kind of got auto-modded for the word DILF. It's been allowed now. Everybody can use the word DILF in chat going forward. Tree, thank you for shouting out Werg. Appreciate that. Air connecting to remote server. Is that your bio? DILF everywhere, says Atari. Happy to contribute to the cause. Okay. You're really excited about this, huh? We never get visitors. For good reason. All right. But you have to listen to me. I'm not fighting a giant mama bear to save you again. Deal. Thank you. Wait, you fought the bumble bear? Guess that's fair. Yeah, we don't want anybody fighting bears. That's fine. Yay! Guess we'll get set up around here. Yay. Lore says getting auto-modded is, I missed it. Getting auto-modded is a rite of passage. You're one of us now. Did we have any planes yet? I've been trying to mute them, Tree. But yes, we've had several. As the day wears on, your new partners in cryptid hunting work to settle into your camp. Somehow, it makes the place feel cozier, despite being in the middle of nowhere. With how long you've been traveling on your own, you think that this will be a nice change of pace. You buy Fox. Hello. Oh, you know Lynn. Okay. You must be somebody who made this game. Welcome. While the others settle in, you make sure that all of your things are accounted for. Count your blank glass negatives and check that your camera is in good shape. During your investigation, you realize something. There are notes added to your field journal, including notes about creatures you haven't heard of before. I love the clacking, says Tree. I'm glad someone loves it, Tree. She's so proud of herself. You reach for your journal. Yes, welcome you by Fox. Jackalope. There have been sightings of some sort of rabbit-like animal in the wilds. Although it looks and acts like a hare, it supposedly possesses ivory protrusions from its head, like some sort of growth. Could this horned rabbit be a jackalope? Skittish, avoids conflict at all costs, likes fruit. They get all shimmery under the moon. And we got a photo of that. Bubble bear, our type of earth sign. Oh, we read this before. We didn't get the photo. Scary! Or get a creamy keyboard makes the best ASMR. Atari's seen a jackalope. I'm going to get that photo. Thunderbird, an extremely rare but beautiful and dignified creature. Some say that they're born from lightning itself. Because of their rarity, little is known about them. I've seen it. I know I have, I just need proof. I saw it right before the storm hit. Night ghost jackalope. Are they jackalope? Are they something else entirely? They sound similar enough, but these creatures are so elusive. Behave similarly to jackalope, only active at night. The Ravenger. A vicious bird recognized by its distinct plumage, sharp talons, and razor-like tail. Its round face hides rows upon rows upon rows of deadly teeth. Impales its prey on cacti. Maybe try luring it with some spiky bait. Not deer. There are tales of a deer whose skin doesn't fit quite right. One that challenges travelers with riddles and vague threats. Quite intelligent. Enjoys scaring people. Polly, hello! Welcome, Polly. Nice to see you here. Okay, so that's everything in our book for now. Black, thank you for shouting out Polly. What the? Hey, Lupe, did you add this new information to my journal? Yeah, you didn't have that stuff in there. I've never heard of some of these creatures. How do you know about them? Because we live here, silly. I don't know everything, though. Poppy makes sure we're careful. Maybe we can learn more together. Amazed by Lupe's knowledge about these elusive mystery creatures, your eyes scan the new information in the journal. All at once, more is more. They land on a particular note she added to your page on jackalopes. What do you mean jackalopes get shimmery under the moon? They just do. Some of them glow at night. That's amazing. I already got a photo of a jackalope, but maybe we can take this picture at night together? Oh, like a practice photo? Poppy, can we do that? It's less dangerous than the bumble bear, I suppose. Yay! Let's go tonight. Clock is ticking. You've never done a shoot at night before. You have the necessary equipment, of course, and your dry plates for capturing the photograph even in low exposure. Point is, you're prepared. After the disaster with the bumble bear, you're beginning to think things might be looking up. Maybe isn't good enough. I need to be certain. Who are you talking to? Lupe caught us breaking the fourth wall. Lupe, where did you come from? From behind you, silly. You must have had your head real far up in the clouds. I suppose so. Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind. It's not a bad place to be, really. Poppy says I'm there all the time. Javier appears by her side, silent as a mouse. He puts a hand on her head and ruffles her hair. His expression remains stone still. There's a place for dreaming and a place for paying attention. Why don't you go ahead and gather some berries for the jackalope? Okay. Lupe scurries off, eager to help, leaving you alone with Javier. If Lupe goes, just Lupe, I'm doki-dokiing my way out of here ASAP. We don't have any doki-doki references?
What does that mean?
Did you not play Doki Doki? Literature Club?
I didn't.
You didn't? Okay, well, never mind then. You wouldn't know.
Okay.
DDLC, yes. Polly knows. Wow, have I played a VN you haven't played? That's crazy. Yuri, best girl. Will she be all right on her own? She'll be just fine. Not anything around here as dangerous as the Bumble Bear. Besides, it gives us a chance to talk. Alone. A little intimidated. Oh, all right. What can I help you with? Earlier you said you wanted to prove the existence of cryptids. Why? Why does it matter to you? Isn't my own curiosity reason enough? I don't like either of these options. I don't want to be rude to Javier. I think he's going to beat me up. Why does it matter? Because I'm curious? It's more than being curious, though.
This feels more confrontational.
One does feel more confrontational. I don't want to confront Javier at all. We'll do my own curiosity. Polly says, I love the background art painting style and these sprite designs and the music. Yes, it's a beautiful game, isn't it, Polly? All right, it's my own curiosity. Isn't my own curiosity reason enough? If it were only for you, then you wouldn't bother with a camera. The truth, then. If monsters walk among us, then don't people deserve to know? Monsters? What else would you call them? That bumble bear nearly killed me. What would you call the jackalope, then? Touche, Javier, touche. Javier stares at you, still as stone. There's something heavy in his gaze that you can't quite interpret. Like the answer you give here matters more than you know. Poppy knows what's up, says Lore. Pumpkin Gordman, hello. Right, such a century treat of a game. Maybe not all of them, but good or bad, if you were confronted with something you didn't understand, wouldn't you want to learn everything you could? Come to think of it, why do you know so much about cryptids? You ought to take a lesson in learning how to avoid sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Look, if you're gonna dig, you might want to understand why others hide. I don't mean any harm. Always folks like you that think their meddling counts as kindness. I can tell you have your reservations about me. So long as you continue to help me find these creatures, I promise I'll do everything in my power to use the photos responsibly. Secret plane, says Tree. Yes, Tree, it was secret. Thank you, Tree, for the plane command. Border Breaker said, our sprite artist is incredibly talented. This was their first time working on assets for a VN? No way. That is impressive. Don't make promises you can't keep. Just don't let Lupe hear you call them monsters, though. You'll break her heart. Before you can reply, Lupe returns with a handful of berries and a little bit of red smeared around her mouth. I found some! Did you have a late night snack, Lulu? Lupe furtively wipes at her mouth with her sleeve. No? Yeah, that's what I thought. Atari says, Shinzi Megami, if you don't get a Q button for the TIE Fighter blast to go with the planes, I'm going to do it myself and add plane sounds in my stream. I will work on it, Atari. I will figure it out. Tree, thank you for the plane command. But look, I've got the berries. Now I can find some jackalopes, right? I think so. Do these jackalopes eat the same things as the ones I saw? They should. Not much difference between a jackalope and the night ghost. And now he's back to normal. Or as close to normal as you can tell. Like your conversation never even happened. You feel even further away from understanding Javier than you were before. Perfect. And how do we do this, Mr. Shins? You're the one with the fancy camera. Let's try looking for some tracks. Should try setting up some bait. I can get a picture of it while it's eating. Maybe if we scream at the top of our lungs. I think I'm going to say no to that one. Javier will kill us. Let's do the bait. The bait thing worked with the jackalopes before. Let's try it again. My camera won't capture a good photograph if the light is too bad. I think we should try attracting it with bait in an empty clearing. That way I can get a clearer picture. You guys with the E Cummings. I said it earlier. I said Shins wasn't in the room, but when I typed my name, I was like, oh, it's Mr. Shins, all lowercase, like E Cummings. So there it is. Why? Why? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, Shins.
Just to drive me up the wall.
It's to make you upset. Is why I do it. Okay, we're getting a clearer picture in an empty clearing. Really? That sounds so fancy. Will your technology even work this late at night? You look up at the night sky. The moon is close enough to full. It should provide enough natural light to capture the essence of these night spirits. The thought excites you as much as it terrifies you. The moon will provide enough lighting. Let's see if we can find a clear space that's relatively flat. The three of you make your way through the scrublands for what feels like hours in the now frigid night air. Eventually, you find a space that looks suitable enough to make a nest with a rock outcropping nearby for you to set up your equipment. This looks perfect. All nice and cozy for the bunnies to eat and take a nap. Will that be long enough for you to get a photograph? I better be invited in that stream if that's a thing. Absolutely, Mr. Jaguar. When are we getting a Shin slam poetry stream? Wow, I never even thought about doing a slam poetry stream. Maybe soon. We're gonna find out. At the edge of the nearby ravine, risky but good view. Behind the shrub patch, safe but a hard shot. Let's do risky but a good view. After all, fortune favors the bold. You see that small crack in the rocks over there? It's uncovered, but I think if I hide my camera well enough, I'll have a clear shot. You sure that's a good idea? These fellas are spooked easily. It's worth a try. I'll go and set up the bait. She scurries off and you make your way to the small ditch. It is very open, but you think you can make this work. Setting up takes a considerable amount of time. You go about putting up the equipment while Javier keeps an eye on the surrounding scrublands, and Lupe sets up the bait. But eventually, you have lined up everything as perfectly as you can for the perfect shoot. Or as perfect as it can get, really. I have to say, this was a lot easier than my first attempts. When I found the jackalope, it took me a tremendous amount of time to find one that truly existed, much less getting it to sit still long enough to capture its essence. Wow, it must have been really hard on your own, huh? It was, which is why I'm very grateful to have you two as my guides. Shh, wait. Javier holds his hand up in front of you, the other brought to his mouth, gesturing for silence. Something's coming. Tilt your head, straining your ears, but you can't make out anything save the buzzing of crickets. What are you talking about? Then you see it. At first, it looks like a stray moonbeam. Then a small creature bounds up to the flatlands where you've set the bait. It looks nearly identical to the creature you discovered days ago. except where mottled fur carry the colors of the earth, the jackalope looks as if it's been drained of all color, devoid of life. Moonlight filters through it as it pads up to the bait, carrying sand and dust that glimmers like it carries the stars from above. Spectral jackalope sniffs at the fruit, and you feel like you're frozen still. The night ghost jackalope. It's real. Even though I've seen one before, I still can't seem to wrap my head around it all. Take the photograph. Right, I need to capture this. You fumble, moving for the button before the jackalope can move out of range. Good thing it's already dark out, you don't need to bother with the dark tint. You insert the plate and take the photograph. DILF DLC when? It's a question that we can ask at the, right after this, Lore. Hold still. Hold still. It takes some time, but the jackalope seems docile enough, enjoying the offered snack. Long enough for the picture to properly take. You hope. Did you get it? I won't know for certain until I develop it, but I think so. Yes, that's amazing! Camera technology is incredible. It sure beats drawing creatures. Can't wait to see what it looks like. You and me both. It's been a long road of ups and downs, but somehow you feel like you're making progress. These photographs hold the key to something new. All you have to do is figure out how to unlock it. Does this game have a season pass so I can play the DILF DLC, says Atari? Well, I think that's probably another great question for the developers. Buzzing over the success of your photo shoot with the night ghost jackalope, you successfully developed and printed a photo back in camp. Its ethereal quality really managed to come through, and it looks like a ghost amongst a dimly lit surrounding. Spoilers, it may be back. As you prepare to tuck into a new page in your journal, Lupe bumps your arm while looming over you. Whoa, it looks amazing! I can't believe that big clunky box created a picture like that. I would have never gotten a photo like this without your help, thank you. It's all thanks to you. I didn't even know about this creature. A thank you. These are both thank yous. Yeah, we wouldn't even know. You're welcome. That went really smoothly. I probably wouldn't have gone out at night on my own. That's smart. Easy to miss a step at night. I wouldn't want to do that. I might break a leg. I might break my camera. Obviously, my camera is more important than my body. That would be really bad. They're lucky the jackalopes didn't eat out their stomachs. Because we are lucky. With a nod and a satisfied smile, you tuck your finished photograph into your journal and take a look at the other entries recently added by Lupe. If she knows about these creatures, then perhaps they're nearby? It's worth asking. Would have been a very different game, says Lore. I don't suppose we could try to get photos of these other creatures, could we? What do you think about trying to get more photos of these creatures you added? Let's go get more pictures together. Don't you have enough photographs? There's never enough for the curious mind. Javier's typical stone face somehow looks more tired. His eyes cut between you and Lupe, only to drift closed as you watch a heavy sigh shift his shoulders. Lore says, I love the cozy, wholesome feel. Me too. You'll just go without my help anyway. Fine. Yay, gracias, papa. What should we go after first? Oh, that's me. What should we go after first? I'd really like to give the bumblebear another try. Lupe, you wrote a note that it likes cactus juice. Yeah, it's a special treat for it because the cactus forest is the Ravager's hunting ground. There's a cactus forest? see. It's near the canyon. It sounds like if we go there, we can get the cactus juice for the bumblebear, and we might run into this Ravager, too. With a name like that, it sounds pretty dangerous. It's a carrion eater. But it hunts? Impales its food on the cactuses and waits for them to die before eating them. Whole area stinks. Well, that sounds significantly less dangerous. Let's do it. Fine. You begin packing up your equipment in hopes of spotting the Ravager for a shoot. Luckily, the last shoot went so well that you're feeling confident about this one. I know we're going from Jackalope to Ravager. I'm not feeling confident. You've seen some sizable cacti in your travels, but none of them have been large enough to make you think that this new creature is a true threat to anyone in your group. Besides, if it was, Javier would have said as much. This is going to go well. You just know it. You have a great feeling about today. As you're packing, a thought crosses your mind. It's just a small one, though. Probably not important. Act on it. Don't act on it. Let's act on it. Thinking that Javier mentioned the area is smelly, you pack some clothespins into your bag, just in case. I'm going to put clothespins on my nose. You finish packing and heft your bag onto your back, feeling good about everything you have with you, ready for this new adventure. Your group sets out across the wilds toward the cactus forest. As your group approaches the canyon, Javier leads you away from the familiar expanse where your last encounter with the bumblebear didn't go so well. Widushin says, there have been a lot of excellent and well-crafted entries this year, but this one has so much heart, I've enshrined it as part of my game library for when I want to feel cozy. And Laura's going to add it too. Excellent, guys. Do it, do it, do it. He reveals a path that you would have never noticed between the rock formations if he didn't point it out to you. It isn't particularly narrow either, it's just incredibly well hidden. The bumblebear could definitely fit through here if it wanted. Wow, I would have never seen this on my own. Kind of the point. Is it supposed to be hidden? Don't look at me like that, Javier, please. Without a response from Javier, you look to Lupe, who just grins up at you playfully. You feel like this hidden cactus forest might hide other secrets. I wonder what crazy thing we're going to come across. Maybe they're going to murder me out here. Continue without a thought. No thought in my head. He's judging you always, says Border Breakers. I could tell. What crazy thing are we going to come across? You seem really excited. I am. Who knows what we'll see here? We know. Traversing this side canyon, you start to notice collections of small cacti clinging to the rock walls. These patches grow more numerous as you continue. Are these cacti good enough for the bumblebear? Let's pick some of these. Continue following them. Yeah, we'll just follow them. They're our guides. They know what they're doing. Finally, the side channel opens up into a pretty sizable expanse with striped canyon walls surrounding a rather large area. You can see the far side, but just barely, because the size of the cacti in this cactus forest are enormous, almost as thick and tall as trees in areas outside of the desert. Each spine sticking out of these cacti could be used as a writing quill or a weapon if you were really determined. If one of these cacti were to fall on you, you'd think it would absolutely be fatal. Oh, heavens, you weren't kidding about the smell. Luckily, you felt the need to act on your intuition earlier and packed clothespins for this. You quickly dig into your bag and pull the clothespins out, clamping one on your nostrils, then offering both Lupe and Javier one. Javier appears somewhat taken aback by this in his own stoic way, but somehow he seems thankful. For a long moment, he stares at you before taking the clothespin. Good idea. Thanks. Really good idea. Come along, let's get this cactus juice and get out of here. I want to try to get a picture of this Ravager since we came out here. If we're lucky, we won't... Okay. Let's leave. Let's leave right now. I think we're about to find one vile council. Nope, 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 says Lore. Me when I don't get my sweet treat, says Polly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, turn around. Turn around. Okay. Work with the popcorn. As if on cue, a high-pitched wailing screech echoes through the canyon. You look up into the bright sky to see the silhouette of a creature flying high above. It must have an enormous wingspan. You can barely make out its hooked tail from way down here. Dios mío. Okay, it's here then. Is that a bad thing? Is it dangerous? Am I clueless? We're all just jumping in Javier's arms, says Lore. Yes. Is it dangerous? Yes. Well, we're going to ask anyway. Yes and no. Watch your head. I've got to get my camera set up. Given the area, this is going to be a really tough shot. You can't exactly angle your camera up to the sky, and even if you could, the Ravager might not stay in place long enough for you to get a good image of it. Staging a space for it like you did for the jackalopes might be your only choice. We need to place some bait. Probably a good idea. You said it eats carrion, didn't you? It hunts, too. But not people, right? Javier just stares at you. Oh, great. Not people, right? No, we're too big for it. I guess I'm glad for that. It's nice to get baited sometimes, says Fool. You genuinely can't tell if Javier is just messing with you or not. Either way, he seems unenthused about the situation. If something stinks, that must be a dead animal nearby. Ask Javier to find the carcass while you set up your camera where you are. Join Javier and Lupe in looking for the carcass, then set up your camera. Abandon taking a photo, just try to get the cactus juice and leave. Do I want to be greedy about this? I mean, the thing hunts. Okay. But the more quickly we do this, probably the better off we are. So I'm going to ask them to get the carcass while I set up the camera. Can you find the carcass to use as bait while I set up? Bring it over here so I can get a shot? Too scared to get your hands dirty? No, I just need to set up my camera. Mm-hmm. Be helpful. It's too late, Wittershins. I'm not helpful. Can I help you set up? Sure, extra hands make fast work, just be careful. No, but you could watch. No, you should go with your dad. Yeah, sure. Many hands make light work. I'm so judged. I thought I was being efficient. Oh well. Yay, I'll be so careful. You be careful too, Javier. I'll be fine. While Javier ventures out, you show Lupe how to set up the camera on the tripod. Tell her about the importance of the dark tent and briefly show her each chemical while explaining their uses. It's a slow process, but she's extremely cautious and curious, and you feel a sense of pride and accomplishment in both her and you once everything is set up. She even builds a small fire to the side when you mention you need it for the varnish. Her practice with building campfires really shines in her efforts. You did a great job. You're a good listener. You did a great job. Gracias. Papi says it's important to learn as much as you can. Javier seems like a great man. He sounds like a great father. That's good advice. Curiosity is important. Don't say anything. Just absorb what she says. Gonna get fed to the Ravager now?
Like a sea sponge.
Yeah, he seems like a great dad. let's do that. I'm assuming that he's her dad, though. I don't know if he is. Well, she calls him Poppy, so... I'm happy you think so. Poppy tries hard to make sure I know how to think on my feet out here. He's a good teacher. I can tell. Javier returns after a short time with a recently deceased small critter with cactus spines still impaling its body. He seems about as enthused as usual. I like to think that Shin's Megami is like using the character mind of Lupe, so it explains the naivete. I'm immersed. Yep. Yeah, that's what's happening. I'm so in character. Ari, hello. Okay, here we go. He seems about as enthused as usual. Where? Taking a look through your viewfinder, you identify a cactus at a good height where you could capture a photograph of the Ravager. Black, thank you for shouting out Ari Berserk. You think that spot will do? Thanks. Javier installs the small corpse in the indicated position, then washes his hand with water from his canteen, stepping off to the side to find some shade. Finally, everything is set up and ready to take a photo. All you need now is the creature itself to make an appearance. I feel like it's gonna take my ring from me and take it to Mordor. After waiting for what feels like hours baking in the midday sun, your enthusiasm sparks life into you once more. A totally new creature to you, never even heard of in rumors. You'll get to see it. You're careful not to scramble to your feet too quickly while you get to your camera. Peeking your head up, you look to the skies to see the shadow passing by once again. Smeagol of the river folk. It's flying so far above, its scream pierces your ears. It must be massive. Here it comes. You rapidly prepare your negative with the different solutions, slotting the dripping wet plate into the camera, preparing to remove the lens cap. I just have to say, I love how we're at the point where doing the camera stuff feels heroic. Then the creature swoops down towards the cactus with the fresh kill. You duck and cover. There is no mighty thud as its form comes down on the cactus forest for its midday snack. Peeking out with curiosity, glazing your eyes, it takes you a minute to process what you're seeing. You realize that this Ravager is no mighty beast at all. It's a small thing, maybe the size of a crow at best, and it certainly has given no notice to the people watching it from the cactus forest. This bird-like creature with seemingly no eyes, only a skull-like face, is only interested in the snack impaled on the cactus. No mouth opens as it coos curiously at its meal. I don't know. Did my best. It was really, maybe that, I don't know. There we go. Looking toward Javier and Lupe, they seem nonplussed about this development, as if they knew this Ravager was only a small thing this whole time. Despite the warnings of blood and the stench of death in the area, the horrible, deadly beast was just... it's just a glorified bat. Oh, no, it's cute. Look at it. With a name like the Ravager, it sounded more dangerous. Does a number on a small game. Oh, does a number on small game. You said it eats carrion, though. Isn't picky. Prefers things dead before it eats, though. I don't like my cow mooing either, but I don't butcher the thing myself. Polly says, "It's friend!" That creature looks like it could go on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's a compliment, says Atari. City luxury. This guy just called me a city boy. Somehow, you feel incredibly called out. Well, fair enough. Don't you have a picture to take? Oh, right. Quickly checking the view, you remove the lens cap to start capturing your first ever photo of a Ravager. What a strange creature. Maybe it is kind of cute. That is, until it starts eating. Where you expect its mouth to open only slightly like a bird's, you see a line continuing from the edge down along the fur of its neck. Then it splits open, like a fruit being peeled apart with strings of saliva stretching between each part. Oh my god. Wait, that isn't a neck? That's its entire mouth. This Ravager has a fake face. Jesus Christ. Letting out an unhinged screech of victory into the afternoon sky, the Ravager reels back, then throws its head forward, both parts of its mouth encompassing not just the impaled critter on the spikes, but the spikes themselves. Polly says, me when I finally get my sweet treat. Laura says, still cute. Request Zombie. Thank you for the lurk. Can I get a shout out for Request Zombie? Wait, the entire top of the cactus? Watching in horror, your head emerges fully from the dark tent as you stare wide-eyed at this creature. Its jaws gnash and chew, crunching bone and cactus spines alike, completely unimpeded by the stocky plant's defense mechanism. Thank you, Black, for shouting out Zombie. And also thank you, Tree, for shouting out Zombie. Your eyes cut around, and it's only now that you start to realize that the oddly shaped dents in the cacti that you noticed earlier are actually sealed bite marks from this horrible, awful little thing. It could take off your hand. It could take off your head. Still think it's cute? Nope. Yeah, I could still see it. That thing is awful. No, I still think it's kind of cute. What can I say? Now you realize you lost count in your head of how long your negative has been exposed. Uh-oh. My photograph! Diving back into the dark tent, you pull the glass out of the camera and glance at the negative. It seems blurry on first look, probably from all the movement. The creature is less mobile now, you hope. Setting it aside safely, you quickly prepare another negative and slot it into the camera, letting it capture while you properly wash and varnish the first one. It gives you time to stop thinking about what that thing could do to you. Getting a better count this time, you remove and process the second negative, completing both with varnish from the small fire Lupe made. Now you're able to look at them properly. How did they turn out? Looking between them, they're as you expect. The first one is overexposed and blurry from all the motion of the Ravager eating the entire top round of the cactus. The second one is much better quality with some minor blurriness, but nothing beyond what any of your other photos have been so far. First one is blurry and terrible. The second one is better. They're both great because they're both of something that nobody's ever photographed before. That's too bad, but at least you have one. Yeah. By this time, the Ravager finishes its munching by this time, the Ravager finishes its munching and has settled its body on top of the cactus to bask. It's back to looking relatively normal and unbothered. One more attempt can't hurt. With steadier hands, you work to capture a final and hopefully perfect photograph of the Ravager perched on the scarred top of a cactus. Craig, hello. Welcome, Captain. Oh, right, photo, says Lore. Once your image is captured, you start preparing the negative for preservation with careful hands and cautious movements. While you're doing this, you get so focused that you haven't noticed a new figure looming in your mist. The shadow goes unnoticed by the light of the fire. Suddenly, a deep voice with warm tones asks you, "What are you doing there?" What? Startled out of your trance, your hands flail wildly, and as hard as you attempt to catch it, your glass negative shatters on the hard ground. The Ravager suddenly takes off from its perch, leaving an empty space on a once unmarred plant. From your place on the ground, you look around and don't spot the source of the voice. Who? Mr. Shins, are you okay? G-Machine, hello. Mr. Shins says I'm not here for that. I heard a voice. Someone spoke in my ear. My soul is ready to leave my body. I heard a voice. A small snort of a chuckle escapes Javier. That's the closest thing to a smile you've gotten out of him, you think. Oops. Mistershins. Oh my goodness. Is this funny to you? What's so funny? Am I missing something? Let's do Am I Missing Something? Although I feel like that opens me up to Javier just kicking me while I'm down. What's so funny? What's so funny? Javier says nothing and just looks past you, but the amused smirk still pulls at the corners of his rugged mouth. Following his gaze, you look behind yourself again and spot it. A very tall, lanky, gorilla-like creature lurking in the shadows of the canyon. That must be the source of this fur you've seen everywhere. Sorry there, bud. Didn't mean to scare you. That's what he sounds like. Who are you? What are you? What do you want? Just kill me now and get it over with it. Who are you is good enough. It gives them personhood. Raises camera. Hello. Hermie! Before the beast can answer your question, the girl rushes past you and throws herself, arms open wide, at the creature. She's barely half its height, and it reaches down to offer a pat on the head while she hugs its legs. It's friendly? Oh my god, I'm so rude. Grabbing the creature's hand, wrapping hers around only two of its fingers, Lupe drags it into the light. It is not it, says Mistershins. This is Hermie, he's our friend. He's got suspenders. Herman, actually. Hermie is fine, I suppose. How do you do? I'm sorry about your thing. Hermie, as Lupe refers to him, is even more confusing in the light than in shadow. From what you can tell, he doesn't quite have the proportions of a gorilla, but he doesn't have the proportions of a man either. Herman Munster, says Val Council. His body appears to be covered in thick hair or fur from head to toe. Clearly this man, or creature, or whatever, has seen society before. He wears pants and suspenders, though they're worn and ripped and, oh heavens, his feet are huge. Hermie, huh? Huge feet, more like... Huge feet, more like... Herman, it's a pleasure. It's really nice to meet you, Herman. Let's be civil, shall we? I'm Mr. Shins. Somewhat sheepishly, Herman extends a very large hand in an offer to shake it. Just like his feet, his hands dwarf yours. Take his hand and shake it! No, I'm kidding. Don't shake his hand. No, we should shake his hand. Why not? Obviously, Lupe's fine with him. It isn't often we get strangers around here. Are you a friend of Javier and Lupe? I don't know what I don't know how to do what my Herman voice should be. Polly says, I'm Mr. Shins. While your feet are capitalized, my name is all lowercase, like E. Cummings. Damn it. Filthy Hobbit, says Black. Our pre-roll is about to turn off. I think this is a good point to take a short commercial break. Sorry to anybody that's behind the commercial wall, but I will see you in 180 seconds. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so to anybody that's just joining us, we're playing Exposure, Spooktober VN Jam game, and we're going to be talking to developers right after this, so don't go anywhere. I'm not sure how much longer the playthrough is. I'm guessing about an hour. Just appreciate everybody being here. It isn't often we get strangers around here. Are you a friend of Javier and Lupe? You could say that. Well, you just met recently, but I like to think so. Not really. We just met recently, but I like to think so. Poppy saved him from the Bumble Bear. Oh, goodness. I hope you're unharmed after that. It could have been a lot worse. I survived worse. I am, thanks to Javier. It's why we're here, actually. The Bumble Bear? They are quite the fans of cactus juice. We thought we could get some cactus juice to offer it up to the mama bear. Ravender showed up, though. That thing is terrible. I wish it hadn't. It was kind of cute, but kind of terrifying. It was amazing. It's one of these two. Amazing or cute and terrifying? It can be both. Top games that make you crave juice, says Pumpkin Gordman. Cute, says Tree. Okay, we're going with cute. It ate the whole top of that cactus. Oh yes, the Ravender is quite the creature. Gruesome as it is, it makes for good pest control. It keeps the rodents out of my garden. Your garden? Do you live out here? I do. Hermie likes the cactus forest because no one comes out here. Seems lonely. Being alone is great, usually. Seems lonely. I mean, he's got neighbors. Being alone is great. I don't know. Seems lonely, I guess. It can be. I'm afforded more peace this way, but sometimes I miss the towns. You lived in towns before? Yes, a time ago. But I find this place is better for me. I'm a bit of a recluse. What are you? I like to think I'm a person, the same as you, and little Lupe, and Javier. But are you human? Why are you out here alone? I was born this way. Being as odd as I am, people were wary of me. They called me Bigfoot and made a spectacle of me. I found it easier to live here. You vaguely recall someone from the closest town mentioning a man with extraordinarily large feet when you asked about cryptids, but it didn't spark much interest, so you didn't write it down. Now that you've met the man with the feet, you understand exactly why he was brought up as an oddity. A twinge of regret seeps into your heart. Lore says, "Oh, poor Hermie. Yeah, he's just a person." The man with the feet. You didn't believe them, and they were right. That's exactly why you're here. What brings you out here, Mr. Shins? These lands aren't the most hospitable to regular folk. I'm a photographer. I use my camera to take pictures of strange and interesting creatures to prove that they're real. But these creatures aren't normal animals. They defy the scope of what we know about animals. Their eyes cut down to Herman's feet. And people. Before I came here, everything I ever came across was a hoax. This place is like a treasure trove of oddities. You notice Herman exchanges a curious glance with Javier. The smaller man just shrugs and looks as disaffected as ever. That sounds very intriguing. I've never heard of a camera before. It's the contraption on the tripod there. I use it to take photographs. You should show him the pictures you took already. Sure. Tree, thank you for the plane command. Excited to have a new audience to rave to, you pull your field journal out and open it to the page of the jackalope. Herman leans in to take a closer look at the photograph. His eyes go wide, and his brows raise with surprise. That looks exactly like the jackalope. This doesn't appear to be graphite or ink. It's almost like you've taken what you can see with your eyes and put it on the page. That's the beauty of photography. It captures what the eye can see. It's an amazing new technology, and with it, I can prove that these creatures of legend really exist. The photos are undeniable proof. Well, that right there is amazing. Mr. Shins, here's my hyperfixation. Isn't it? I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I guess so. I'm glad you think so. At first, Herman seemed rather shy, but he seems to have gotten comfortable quickly. Perhaps it's because you're with people that he trusts. So, you were out here to take a photo of the Ravager, or I think Javier mentioned cactus juice for the Bumble Bear? See, Mr. Shins wants to take a picture of her. Think you can show us the technique? Think you can show us the technique? Oh, I'd be happy to. Not all cactus juice is the same. It can be very bitter and not a great substitute for water out here. Oh, I would know that well. Herman takes a walk around until he comes to a short cactus with pink flowers sprouting from it. Squatting down, his fingers flit about the petals. This one has sweet nectar because of the flowers. Bumble bears like it quite a bit, but the Ravager will chase them away if they get too close to the cactus forest. It's a territorial scamp, that shrieker. Really? The Ravager is so small compared... Wouldn't a stinging wasp chase you away from its nest? No, I'm not afraid of bugs. That's a fair point. Yeah. Javier, do you have a knife? Always. Without even looking, Javier slips a long knife from its sheath and hands it over with an uncannily smooth motion. With a long, sharp cutting blade on one side and a jagged saw notched into the other side, you can tell the tool is well worn and well taken care of. It's probably a great tool for someone in the wilderness. You wonder if you should get one. We'll need a jar or canteen or something of the like for the nectar. I have an empty jar. I almost forgot to bring something to put it in, but Javier reminded me. I tried to be pretty well prepared for this. Let's give Javier some credit. Digging into your supplies, you procure the empty jar and offer it to Herman. The reasonably sized glass jar looks minuscule in Herman's hand. With great care, he twists off the metal lid, then returns to the cactus, puncturing 2 holes in it before setting the jar beneath the lower hole and using dirt to prop it up. The top hole provides air to help encourage the nectar out of the bottom hole. That will take a bit of time. Getting back to his feet, Herman carefully cleans any cactus flesh from the blade and offers it back to Javier. The smaller man takes it and slips it back into his sleeve, effortlessly. Sounds like it's time to pack up then. Before I do, Herman, would it be all right if I took your picture? Huh? Can I take your picture? Well, I heard you. Why would you want a picture of me? In the last town, someone mentioned a person like you. I didn't believe them, though, and here you are. I could show others that you're not just a very tall tale. I don't know. You made me break my last negative plate. This can make up for it. Make him feel bad. That'll do it. I dropped my last negative of the Ravager. I can't get that back for a photograph. That's all right. I didn't want to do it without permission. Let's be civil. That doesn't usually go well in the city. I can imagine. Maybe we can put your broken glass back together. Unfortunately, it's probably not possible. This equipment is quite fragile, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Looking down at your feet for a moment in thought, with your eyes struggling not to look at Herman's giant feet, you then look up at the gentle giant with earnest eyes. Will you consider it? Herman seems uncomfortable, but he looks hesitant to say no. You've long since gotten the feeling that he generally doesn't enjoy being perceived. Still, when he sighs, you can't help feeling a spark of hope in your chest. I'll consider it, yes. Thanks, I appreciate it. Good, you'd better. Thanks for considering it. Javier seems to have relaxed with you being cordial towards Herman. Find yourself understanding that Javier, as kind and fatherly as he is with Lupe, probably doesn't need to enact any disciplinary action with her. His eyes say all they need to say from under the brim of his hat. Crossing him would probably yield bad results, but you don't have any reason to. He may come across as harsh and stoic, but he's been helpful. You're grateful for it. Are you camped nearby? Yeah, south of the scrubs. Good hill there to keep an eye out. You should come along. Mr. Shins can show you how they make the glass into a paper picture, and we can have dinner together. What? I don't know. Looking at Herman, it seems like he might want to come, but he's hesitant to impose. Besides that, as far as you can tell, he prefers his solitude if he lives somewhere as hostile as a cactus forest guarded by a weird shrieking mouth bat. You should come along. Come if you want, stay here, say nothing. You want to put pressure on him. Come if you want. I don't want him to feel unwelcome. Well, if I think he wants to go, I should encourage him to come along. You should come along. We'd love to have you. Well, all right. I suppose I can just leave if I decide that's best for me. Yay, we can call it Camp Friendship. With silent footfalls, Javier goes over to Lupe and plants a firm hand on her head before ruffling her hair. She breaks out into giggles. Easy there, mija. Not everyone has your energy. Just so excited, woohoo! While Lupe celebrates, you start breaking down your camera and storing your chemicals and other equipment. Camp Friendship, says Tree. Yes. This game is lovely. Javier dutifully puts out the fire and helps Lupe collect the broken glass of the broken negative, while Herman makes sure to fill the jar with enough cactus juice to make a good treat for the bumble bear. Once everything is packed up and ready to go, the group sets off for camp. Although you're disappointed that one of your negatives broke, you still feel a sense of accomplishment since you didn't expect to get any photos of new creatures today. During the journey, Lupe merrily skips beside you while you trudge under the weight of your equipment. Finally, you make it back to camp just as the waxing moon begins to rise in the sky. Javier takes to starting a fire while Herman explores your small camp, curious about the different things you have there. It comes as a great relief to finally set all your gear down and you collapse on the ground to rest. Lupe seems to have nothing to do, so you wave her over to ask a question. Hey Lupe, if you knew about Herman, why didn't you put him in my journal too? Oh, 'cause we promised to keep where he lives a secret. He's a really reserved guy, huh? See, but he's easy to make friends with. He's just so nice. He sure is, I like him. He seems all right. No, I like him. He does seem nice. How did you meet him? I think Papi found him when I was real small. Papi says he came here to find peace. He said something like that earlier. I don't think Herman likes other people very much. Or maybe other people think he's weird, so they don't like him. I think he's a really nice person. You can tell Herman isn't particularly used to having people around. While he's much more talkative and polite than Javier, he definitely has the air of a person who doesn't leave home much. It's hard to tell how much of that is because of the life he had before he came out to the wilds, or if that's just his nature. With what little you know about him, it's hard to make a determination. I think so too. I don't know, hard to tell. Say it's hard to tell. Maybe he'll settle in fine. Yeah. Lupe turns to look at you with eyes twinkling bright in the twilight. Can we develop your pictures now? Zombie, just a quick hello while I switch back to zombies. Hope you're all well and stream goes amazing. leave you tabbed and be back later. Zombie, thank you so much for the lurk. Appreciate you. I hope your stream goes well. Sure, let's develop our pictures now. While you set about unpacking your things until you can reach the box where you store your negatives, movement on the edge of camp catches your eye. Excuse me while I take a drink. What is that? Getting a better look at the motion, you realize it's yet another tumbleweed. They litter the scrubland and have often been blown into camp by an errant breeze. Atari says, yeah, because all Bigfoots are camera shy and don't poop. Once you even saw what looked like a tiny stampede of the little things. Sheesh, another one. I feel like I pulled tumbleweeds out of here every day. As you stand up to get the tumbleweed to offer to Javier or toss back to the wind, it shifts again. Wait, there isn't a breeze. Freeze. What's wrong, Mr. Shins? Can tumbleweeds move on their own, or there's another tumbleweed in camp? I think can tumbleweeds move on their own gets more to the point. Depends. What do you mean, depends? Just does. It doesn't instill any confidence in you. You stare at the tumbleweed for a long moment, but it doesn't move again. Approach the tumbleweed, leave it alone. I think I want to leave it alone. Leave it be. Leave it, says Wittershins. Okay, I will leave it alone. You decide that it's better left unbothered and go to sit back down. Suddenly the tumbleweed wiggles again and morphs, much like a balloon being stretched. In a fast motion, it completely engulfs the small lizard perched on the stone beside it. I'm glad I left it alone. Tiny shrieks escape the prison of what you once thought was dead desert brush. Now you don't know what to think. Having returned to ball form, it starts rolling away rapidly into the night with its prize inside. What the hell? Javier looks over completely disaffected. Makes sense. Oh, that was a tumbling tear. A what? They're really quite harmless. It just ate a lizard. Oh, it just ate a lizard. They'll only go after what they can fit in their mouths, like snakes. Don't snakes stretch? Yes. That doesn't make me feel better. Wilds are dangerous. I noticed that one following us earlier. I thought you knew of them, or I would have made mention of it. I named it Terry. Terry the Tumbling Terror. Oh, I like it. Me too, even if I hate what I just witnessed. It's a little on the nose. That's rude. It's cute. Okay, I'll say it's a little on the nose. Terry the Tumbling Terror. Double Teeth Terry, says Wittershins. Okay, it's a little on the nose. Well, Terry appears to be well fed now. He won't be a bother. Considering the sheer number of strange creatures in this particular area, you're starting to question your sanity. Rude, says Wittershins. I'm sorry. You have no high ground, dad jokes, Shins. My jokes are amazing. Back to printing photos, I guess. Settling back down beside Lupe and your equipment, you work on printing photos of the two negatives you do have from today. It's a different process with chemicals and paper pressed against the glass negative. Eventually, you have prints of each photo that you and Lupe can look over in the light of the fire. That one turned out really good. Perfect for the journal. While you tuck it into the page with Lupe's notes about the Ravager, Javier taps the ladle in his hand on the pot like a dinner bell. Stew's ready. It seems Herman has gotten comfortable in camp. We even saw him helping Javier with dinner while you and Lupe worked on the photos. Taking a bowl of hot stew from Javier, we look across the group, settled in around the fire. This really is better with more people. Daniil! Tuck me in, mister? Of course, Daniil, anytime. Oh, and Daniil has the Vanguard 1 badge. Yay, that's the first time I've seen it. Can I get a shout out for Daniil? Not this Bigfoot. This is a sweet, kind-hearted chap wearing Bigfoot. Give a kiss on my forehead. I'll ask Wittershins to do it. Thank you for shouting out Daniil. You guys, if you haven't followed Daniil, please give him a follow. Tree, I appreciate the shout out. All right. Camping is better with people. Appreciate everybody being here. Hey, Mr. Shins! You pull yourself out from your routine equipment maintenance, unsurprised to say Lupe is standing over you. She'll often visit when you're working, curious about your camera. What can I help you with, Lupe? So I was thinking, now that we have the cactus juice, do you think we could try going out and finding that mama bumblebear again so you can get your photograph? Really? Are you sure you want to try again so soon? It was pretty dangerous last time. Fine, I wanted Mama Wittershins to kiss me on the forehead anyway. Daniil, I did later.
Well, Woogie87
Woogie.
just rated with 13 viewers.
Can I get a shout out for Woogie, please? Just Caribou, hello. Nice to see you. Woogie, thank you for the raid. Tree, thank you for shouting out Woogie. Woogie's bio says, hey, thanks for taking the time to stop by. I'm a variety streamer who likes to goof off and engage with chat. I stream really to meet others and have a good time. Hope you come by one of the streams and see what it's about. Hope to meet you soon. Woogie, thank you so much. Hello, Mr. Soothing Voice Man. You guys, please give Woogie a follow. His streams are really fun. Most recently I saw him playing Dead by Daylight, but I've also seen him playing Dark Souls. They watch like fun fail clips on his stream. They watch movies. Woogie will offer you a drink when you come in. It is a very friendly place and a very fun time. You should definitely check him out. Woogie, thank you so much for being here. To anybody from Just Kibber says, I've been told you have a perfect, beautiful voice. Thanks, Woogie. I appreciate you talking me up. Oh, I'm already following you. Oh, good. Thanks, Caribou. You guys, if you don't know who I am, I'm Mr. Shins. I play games with stories. Right now, we're doing a Spooktober visual novel that was developed for the Spooktober VN Jam. We also have the developers here. So right after we're done with the game, we're going to talk with the developers for a little bit. Those are her words, not mine, says Woogie. Okay. I said you have a very relaxing voice. I'm not going to read anything into it. General Nukem, hello. I'm with the raid, but you don't want me here because I cause problems. Blame my work. Well, I mean, as a general, were you promoted from Duke? How does that work? Well, thank you for being here. Okay. So we're gonna continue with the game here. Woogie, if you need to go rest. Nukem is a postal worker. Okay. Woogie, if you need to rest after your stream, I totally understand, but you're absolutely welcome here. And of course, everybody from Woogie's stream, you guys are absolutely welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. I'll drop your packages, says Nukem. Excellent. Does that mean that General Nukem goes postal? Oh my God. This has been Dad Jokes with Wittershins. We're a bit rowdy, just finished a meth death crocodile movie. See, this is what I'm talking about with Woogie's stream. They're always watching like fun, weird movies that maybe you have heard of, but maybe you haven't. I've never heard of a meth death crocodile movie. It sounds great. All the time. He lost his sanity a long time ago. So he does go postal. From time to time. All right, we're going to continue with the game here. Meth Gator. Is that what it's called?
Oh no.
Meth Gator. Oh, that's amazing. Meth Gator. I can't, I really want to just stop and Google it right now, but I'm not going to.
No, play this amazing game. Meth
Really?
Gator later. Later, Meth Gator.
Sharknado, Meth Gator. What's next? Says Polly. Hello, Rexit Evil.
Thanks, I'm playing.
It was better done than you'd think. Really. B-Nado is next. Yeah. It's not great by any means, but not the worst thing. Cocaine Bear. Well, welcome.
I don't know if these count as cryptids.
No, I don't know. Cocaine Bear? Cryptid? Maybe. Okay, so we're playing a game about finding cryptids and taking photographs of them. We've just been asked if we want to go try and find this dangerous bear thing. It was pretty dangerous last time. Oh, I'm not afraid. That big old mama won't hurt anyone if you don't threaten her babies. I wasn't trying to harm her children. Oh, I know. She's just real protective. Kind of like Poppy, if you think about it. But Hermie and I were talking, and he says that because the juice is a treat for bumble bears, if you give it to the mama, then she might see it as a peace offering. Train NATO? A bunch of trains and tornado? That does sound destructive. If you're nice enough, she might even let you get close to her babies. Are you sure that's smart? Bumble bears are pretty aggressive species. I thought we might just find a new nest so we don't risk angering an animal with a grudge against me. Bumble bears are territorial, so the only one that's made a home in the canyon is the one you ran into. So there's only one? You nearly jump out of your skin at Javier's sudden appearance. For such a big guy, he's surprisingly light on his feet. Approaching from behind him is your strange party's newest and largest addition, Herman. It's still difficult to believe that the elusive Bigfoot you've read about in stories and gossip rags is such a mild-mannered, gentle giant. Which is why little Lupe and I were talking about ways you might pacify the good bumble bear, if you're to get a picture of her. Are you certain that will work? I get the feeling she won't be bought by a bribe. Looks like Woogie when he doesn't shave. Oh no. Dude, is that Bigfoot? Maybe? It's Herman. He's a person. He may be a Bigfoot. He may just be a guy. We're not sure. He's a very private person. We just met him. Patricia is quite the gentle soul. I don't think she'll hold a grudge. Wait, her name is Patricia? The monster's name is Patricia? Besides, Poppy will be there to protect us if anything goes wrong. That is what I agreed to. If this is the best way to get what I need, then this is what has to be done. Oh, yay. Will you be joining us, Hermie? It would give me an opportunity to photograph you in the wild while we're out. Oh, heavens, no. I'm a bit of a homebody, you see, and I'm just not sure I'm ready yet. Sorry. It's all right. You still don't quite understand why Herman is so reluctant to have his photograph taken, but you're patient. Besides, he's very pleasant company. Are you talking about me? Wittershins? Rude. If it's all the same to you, I'll stay behind to tend to camp. Give Patricia my best, though. I'll certainly try. Come on, vamonos. Daylight's a-wasting. She grabs your arm and drags you through the camp, and you start gathering your necessary equipment. Hopefully this encounter will be smoother than the last one. Lord. Oh my, indeed. I'm going to ban Wittershins. You're going to get banned. That's what. By the time you depart from camp and make your way to where you last saw the bumble bear, it's already well into the afternoon. Not late enough to disrupt the shoot, but warm enough that you feel the heat beating down on you. Okay, mods, ban this guy. It's royal decree. We don't and can't ban the Moth Queen. Sorry. That's fine. I get it. A tumbleweed brushes past in the light breeze while the three of you approach the nest. You can no longer trust anything here to be normal. That one might want to take your foot off. Not long from here. The nest is built into the earth, kind of like molded mud and clay that's hardened over. Not in a den? Aren't they bear-like in nature? Got a little bug in them, too. The young are pretty vulnerable. They need a special, more sheltered environment. So the mama crafts a special nest from the mat of mud that dries in the heat. The shade keeps her babies nice and cool. You can tell because of the irregular color of the earth where it rises from the ground. It almost looks like a big old anthill because it has a hole at the top. I see. Before you can properly ruminate on the implication of this discovery, Javier stops abruptly in his tracks. We're here. Oh no. Just as I feared. Javier has brought you to the mound you encountered the day of your first attempt to capture the bumble bear's photograph. The one you tried to set your camera up on. That's the bumble bear's nest? Let it happen. G-Machine Wittershins is hammering because I threatened to ban her. But it's not happening because the mods won't do it. And she's my wife, and there will be other consequences. What's the matter, Mr. Shins? I thought it was just a patch of dirt. I thought the hill would make a good place to set my camera up. You stood on top of the nest and tried to get a picture of the bumble bear on it? No wonder she attacked you. I wouldn't have done it if I knew. Seems there's a lot you don't know about the way of life around here. That's okay. You're learning. And we're here to prove to Mama Bear that you're no danger to her kids. I don't know. Do you think she'll forgive me? Maybe we should just call it off here. Well, let's ask what they think. They're the experts. She's hammering you too? Oh no. When I do something wrong, Poppy taught me that apologizing for my actions and showing that I mean it is the first step to making things right. Bumble bears are territorial, but they're smart. You want to photograph cryptids, you gotta be the one to take steps to gain their trust. You're right. And with any luck, she won't hold a grudge. Upon request. Oh, that makes it better. That's fine. It's fine. And hopefully we won't get attacked again. Come to think of it, something has been bothering you since that first encounter. While setting up your equipment for a hopefully more successful shoot, something gnaws at you. You know, you never really told me how you managed to save me from the bumble bear the first time. I chased it off. But how? That thing was huge. You just have to know things about him, like the cactus juice. Did you have cactus juice? Nah. Then how? Oh, there's the mama now. You look away from Javier to where Lupe is pointing and see that she's right. The bubble bear ambles towards you, the heavy insectoid plates along her body clicking where her joints move. At first, her movements are slow and unhurried, simply ambling towards her nest. And then she spots the three of you. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't think she's particularly happy to see me. Lupe, get behind me. While Lupe takes shelter behind her father's leg, you take a few steps back, hands in the air to show you mean no harm. One hand holds a jar of cactus juice that you all spent painstaking hours gathering, as if showing her your offering. Nice bear? The bumble bear does not care for your words. She doesn't even seem to hear them. Sure you don't mean harm. Earn her trust. apologize and offer her the cactus juice. Throw the cactus juice at her. Okay, we're going to apologize. Javier's here. We're safe-ish. Lupe said this would work. You just have to trust her. Miss Bumblebear, I'm very sorry for scaring you and your children. I brought you an offering to make up for it. It feels so strange to speak so candidly to a creature that could rip your face off. But somehow, you get the feeling that she understands. You uncork the glass jar and set it on the ground before also retreating behind Javier, allowing her to take note of the proffered delicacy. Jesus. Mandibles click together while she assesses you. It's clear she remembers all of you. You, from when you accidentally endangered her kids, and Javier, from whatever he did to scare her off. Based on the way her bulbous tail sweeps behind her, it wasn't a pleasant encounter. But then, she seems to smell the fruity scent in the air, as if she's only now just realized what you've given her. She tilts her head, considering. Easy there, girl. I'm not here to fight this time, I just want to talk. The Bumblebear puts herself between you and the nest, her fur bristling. You need to de-escalate the situation. Somehow. Speak up, remain silent. Javier said he was there to talk, so maybe we should, let him de-escalate? We could speak up. He just said he was gonna talk. Let's let him talk. The last thing you want to do is provoke her further. You purse your lips together, keeping your hands in the air as if to show that you intend to make no sudden moves. As the Bumblebear advances, you bow your head as if offering a sign of respect. You're not sure if she can understand you, but the Bumblebear stops. She sniffs her treat, and before your eyes, she begins to scoop some up in her snout and returns to her nest by her children's side. I think this means she isn't mad at you anymore. I'll be damned. It's not that I was skeptical, but I am surprised she accepted the offering so readily. Do Bumblebears love treats that much? Almost disregarding you completely, the Bumblebear lowers her head, dipping her snout into the hole. Oh, she's feeding her babies. That makes sense. Bumblebear infants are pretty soft. Cactus juice might be the only thing they can eat. Hey, Mr. Shins, this might be your chance to get a picture. Right. The power of a sweet treat, says Polly. Sweet treats are powerful. You scurry over to your equipment where your camera waits patiently. The Bumblebear, preoccupied with her kids, makes no move to get out of the way. Less so that she's accepted you, and more like she doesn't care that you're here so long as you don't hurt her kids. You pull yourself under the tent, inserting the glass plate as quickly as you can before she changes her mind. I got it. Yay! Now to develop the negative. Like clockwork, you start getting out your chemicals and begin the process of developing the negative within the safety of your dark tent. This isn't the first time you've taken photographs in the field, but you're far more confident having done this several times before. There. That should do it. You've got most everything done for now. All that's left is to apply the protective varnish. But you can do that once you're back at camp and out of the Bumblebear's territory. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the Bumblebear pick herself up and enjoy some of the refreshing cactus juice for herself. Puppy, can I get close to pet her? Only if she lets you. She'll growl if she wants some space. Delighted, Lupe skips over to where the Bumblebear is enjoying her treat. It sniffs Lupe's hand before inclining her head. She can probably tell that Lupe poses no threat. Wow, she's real friendly. A touch more relaxed now that his daughter is safely running her hand down the Bumblebear's head, Javier leans back against a nearby tree while you go about developing your photograph. Somehow, as the tension ebbs away, you can't help but feel at peace in this moment. Watching Lupe play with the Bumblebear and the quiet assurance that comes with Javier's presence. I never thought I'd find anything like this during my time out here in the wild. Who would have guessed that a simple gift would be the key to earning the Bumblebear's trust? I was still a little scared this might get ugly. You just gotta know what you're dealing with out here. Not all creatures in these parts are vicious wild animals. Be kind to them, and they'll be kind to you in turn. That's why I'm grateful to have you and Lupe on my side. I'm certain I've lost my way by now without you. Hold on. Let me make one thing straight. I still don't quite trust you. Not yet. What? Lupe likes having you around, and it's easy to keep an eye on you from close by. But it's like I said before. You want to find evidence of cryptids, show people they really exist. I still don't think you know what would happen if you did, or why you'd even want to. If this is about pride, shouldn't personal proof just be enough? So then I started thinking, maybe it's for money, in which case I don't feel good standing by while you exploit life here for profit. That's not what it is at all. Then enlighten me. I just want the truth. The people need to know. If you already made your mind up about not liking me, why should I tell you? That's not what he's saying. I just want the truth for people to need to know. I mean, the photographs are for people to prove that they exist. But do people need to know? I don't know that they do. However, I think this is where the character is at. Because he's right. If it was just about wanting the truth, we'd have it already and we'd be satisfied, but we're not. If there are creatures beyond our understanding, then we have a duty to bring them to light. For everyone who's ever been called mad for seeing them, believing in them, ever think that might do more harm than good for the creatures you're exposing? Not really. I never thought about it. Why would it? Let's have Javier explain it to us. Not everyone is going to be as nice as you. Tree says, so Javi is single, or... Nope, Javi and I live together now in the desert, and Lupe is our child. What the hell? It's fine. You sound like you're speaking from experience. You feel as if you said something wrong. I just mean, you and Lupe live all the way out here and not in any of the nearby settlements with people. You're like the guardian of the cryptids out here. Yeah, something like that. Congrats, mistershins, Polly. My wife left me for Javier. Well, you know, people have needs. It's okay. I get where you're coming from. But I can't control how people might react. I can only do what I believe is the right thing and hope that the truth will create a world where cryptids don't have to hide anymore. And that the people who believe in them don't have to either. I guess we'll see about that. Closes his eyes and leans back against the tree. It's impossible to glean anything from his expression. Maybe he doesn't trust you any more than he did, but maybe you've come to some sort of mutual understanding. Hey, look at me! Lupe's call draws you out of your thoughts. You don't know what to expect when you open your eyes, but it certainly isn't to see the young girl sitting on the back of the bumble bear, while it ambles around, a smile as bright as the sun on her face. Yeah, Lupe's just casually riding the bubble bear. I made a new friend. Wow. Polly says it should have been me. Just be careful up there, mija. Don't fall now. Lupe only laughs as the bumble bear trots her around the canyon floor. You have no idea how she earned the bumble bear's trust so easily, but the bond she has with these creatures, you get the sense that it's not something that can be explained. But it doesn't need to be put into words, because you know one thing. If this is how Lupe, a human, loves cryptids, then you have a hope that maybe Javier is wrong. Embracing the truth doesn't have to hurt. You begin to settle into somewhat of a routine within camp. Though you've spent a good portion of your life in the comforts of civilization, there's something different about the freedom of life in the wild. It's almost peaceful. Out here, there's no one to answer to but yourself. Wittershin says, I think most mothers understand the fact that sometimes you acquire bonus children that are just like hanging on your sweater or latched to your body inexplicably. That's what just happened to Patricia, I think. You're right. You've even become used to the presence of your new companions, eclectic as you all are. You didn't anticipate that your journey would bring you in this direction. But you don't mind. Camp never feels quiet when the others are around. It's been a few days since your last hunt, and the days have stretched long enough for you to consider camp life something close to normalcy. As close as you'll get away from home, anyways. But that's soon to change. The past few days haven't been reserved for resting. You've been preparing for your most recent shoot. The past few hours have been filled with packing, making sure that you have the proper rations and equipment necessary for what might be a longer trek. Something inside gives pause, and you tilt your head to stare up at the unblinking sky. It looks like it's going to be a hot one. I better pack some extra water just in case. Don't weigh yourself down with too much now. I still have no idea how the hell he manages to sneak up on me so often. Can I help you with something? Things have been not quite tense between you and Javier, but something close to it since you returned from your venture out to the canyons to find the bumble bear. It's difficult to tell where you stand with him. But he's still here. That means something. If he really didn't trust you, he'd probably have taken Lupe and left you alone in the middle of the night to fend for yourself. You have tension with Javier, says Wittershins. Javier's eyes dart across the camp for a moment before he leans in. His voice is a tense murmur. I just wanted to make sure you know what you're getting into. This creature you got your heart set on finding, it's not quite right. He sounds serious. You pause. Javier didn't even sound that grave when speaking about the bumble bear. Is it dangerous? Javier grunts. Not any more than the bumble bear or the Ravager. Not physically, anyway. But this one, it might be more trouble than it's worth. So I'm going to tell you this once. Lupe is my #1 priority. At the first sign of danger, I get her out of there first and foremost. We clear? Crystal. Javier nods and returns to where Lupe is teaching Herman how to play some sort of game with irregular pieces of bone with holes carved into them. Looks like they're playing for pebbles, and based on the size of Lupe's pile, she's winning. With high wisdom comes great insight, says Lore. You take a deep breath, shoulder your equipment, and follow. With low intelligence comes explosions. Yes, we know. Another victory. Pony up, Hermie. For someone so kind, you're deceptively good at craps. Don't be silly, Hermie. It's all luck, and yours is bound to turn around soon. I think I've had enough for the day. Besides, don't you have an adventure to get to? Oh, right. Lupe stands, smoothing out her skirts and brushing dust away. She turns and beams at her father, practically bouncing with excitement. Are we leaving soon, puppy? Are you sure you want to come? You could stay here and spend some time with Herman. But I want to see the knot deer. I haven't gotten to see it or meet it yet. That's because they're notoriously difficult to locate. You don't find one unless they want you to. That's the reason you pack so much for this trip. There's nothing wrong with staying behind for once, Lupe. We'll be trekking through the canyon in hopes of stumbling across one, and it might not be the most fun trip. You'll always get the chance to see the photograph once I take it. But it's not the real thing. Didn't even ask Bigfoot, just offered them to babysit, says Tree. Herman seems like he could use the company. I don't know. I love getting to meet new critters. Besides, the knot deer is supposed to be able to talk, right? What if this is a chance to make a new friend? I'm not so certain. I've heard the knot deer are fairly odd fellows. Have you ever met one, Herman? Herman nods. I generally try to stay away. They're pretty chatty fellows, and it can get to be a bit much for me. It's rare, but every once in a while, a knot deer will stop by for a talk. They usually come unannounced and bring grim tidings with them whether you want it or not. To be quite frank, they're fairly rude guests. That doesn't bode well, considering that Herman has made friends with so many creatures of the wilds. Hell, he's even on good terms with a bumblebear. What kind of cryptid must it be if even Herman keeps his distance? Are you certain it will be a good photograph for your collection, Mr. Shins? From what I've heard, they don't appear at all that different from regular deer. That's where you'd be wrong. They look as creepy as they talk. The kind of look that strikes fear into the hearts of folks who aren't ready to find what they've been looking for. I hear your concerns, but I made a promise I would try to capture as many cryptids as I can, even if they're scary or dangerous. You sure are one stubborn mule. Come to think of it, the way Javier was speaking earlier, he seems to have first-hand experience with one. Have you ever met a knot deer, Javier? Javier takes a deep breath as he lets the question trail into silence before answering. Once. It was a long time ago. Javier doesn't elaborate, and you have enough common sense by now to know not to pry. I have common sense, so I will press him for information. No, we'll change the subject. That's fine. I made peace with the bumblebear by giving it an offering. Maybe if we brought a gift with us, we could appease it and get on its good side. What does a deer eat, puppy? Maybe we could bring it a snack. Javier scratches at the back of his neck, still clearly chagrined at the idea of Lupe coming along. But you have a sneaking suspicion that if he told her no, she'd just follow along anyway. Well now, normal deer eat shrubs and grass where they can get it. The knot deer, though? I don't know. Don't think anyone's ever seen one of them eat before. Then we can bring some snacks and see what it likes best. If it can talk, maybe we can ask it nicely for a photograph. Remember, we learn about these creatures to coexist with the land. That means leaving something alone when it doesn't want to be disturbed. Not every cryptid in these parts is friendly, mija. Yeah, but you... Lupe stops, letting out a small squeak as she stumbles over her words. You're such a strong father that I have nothing to worry about. Javier narrows his eyes before sighing. It seems Lupe has learned to chip away at Javier's resolve as masterfully as water erodes rock. So let's go. What are we waiting for? I think we're all packed. Just one last thing before we set out. Herman, can I take a photograph of you? It's a beautiful day out and the lighting is perfect. There's no better time than the present. Oh, shucks. I really appreciate you asking, but I still don't know. Why are you so afraid of having your picture taken anyway? I know you came out to the wildlands because you wanted solitude, and I respect that. But this could be your chance to rewrite your story on your own terms. You wouldn't have to be an outcast anymore. You could show the world who you are. So why fear that? Herman twiddles his thumbs, struggling to find the answer. I just don't know if that's true. Before I moved out to the wilds, I was a laughingstock, just because I look the way I do. And at this point, what does it matter? Good or bad? I don't like the way I look. I'd rather not be seen at all. I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt that way. It's all right. It's not your fault. I set out to do what I do because I wanted folks like you to feel more accepted. And I wanted the world to be more accepting. I never stopped to consider that there are some bridges that can't be mended. You stared down at your hands, dejected. I like how you look, Herman, says Polly. Maybe Herman can sense the shift in mood because he claps you on the shoulder and tries for a smile. Don't lose heart. I don't have to like the whole world, but I like you. I've come out of my shell a lot since joining you at camp. I can't definitively say I'll ever warm up to the idea, but things never stay the same, do they?
I changed enough to leave society. Maybe one day I'll rejoin again. Maybe not. Either way, I've made some good friends, and I'll never complain about the journey that brought me here.
Can't help but smile at him. Even with all he's been through, Herman has never failed to be a stand-up guy. That's all right. Maybe we can try another time when you're ready. What if we took a group picture? No, don't push it. Don't push it, Mr. Shins.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wait, I have an idea. What if Hermie didn't have to be alone? We could all take it with him. Like a photograph of all of us as a group? Otherwise known as a group photo? Exactly. That way it wouldn't be a picture of you, but one to celebrate our friendship.
I like that idea.
You can't help but smile. Though it's not the situation you imagined you'd get a photograph of Herman, but the more you think about it, the more fitting it seems. You wouldn't have gotten as far as you have without them. Let's do it.
Count me out. I don't fancy the idea of being in a picture.
Are you sure? It wouldn't feel right without all of us in it. Oh, Poppy, won't you please? I've never been in a photograph before. And who knows how much longer we'll all be together. That's right. You haven't really given it much thought, but once you've found all you can in these wildlands, once you have all your proof, you have no reason to remain here. Just do it, Herman, says Tree. You'll likely go back home and focus on publishing the material you've gathered. Thought lingers, and the bitterness of it surprises you. I think you should join, Javier. It's important to document this for posterity. It wouldn't be the same without you. Let's appeal to his emotions rather than... I mean, he doesn't care about posterity.
Really?
He closes his eyes. Maybe it's your imagination, but you think you see his lips quirk upward in a smile.
All right, then.
Lupe throws her arms around her father's waist in a tight hug. Yay, 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 yay! Thank you so much, Poppy. She pulls herself away from her father. To your surprise, she moves to give you a hug as well. And thank you, too. Startled, you pat her on the head. If anything, I should be thanking you. You're the one who's helped me so much in actually finding the cryptids in the first place. It's been so much fun. So come on, let's take that photograph before Poppy changes his mind.
Not to be a Debbie Downer, but won't one of us actually have to take the photograph in the first place? So not everyone can be in the picture?
Not quite. The camera works by inserting a glass slide and capturing an image through exposure, right? Well, if I set up the picture first, all I have to do is tie a string around the lens cap and tug it off when I'm a safe distance away. That way we can all be in the photograph that's captured in that moment.
Interesting.
Will that work? I don't know. I've never tried it before. Lupe wilts for a second, but then she claps her hands together, clearly still excited at the prospect. Then let's try it. All right, you guys get into your places. There's some shuffling as the others get into their places and you go through mixing the chemicals. Throughout your routine, you add another step, taking a thin piece of twine from your bag and tying it around the lens cap. Just to make sure this method works, you give it an experimental tug before the plate is inserted. It works. Behind you, you can hear Lupe giggling while she tries to pose the others. Hermie, you're super big. You won't be in the picture at this rate.
Maybe I could try bending down?
Or I could try climbing on Poppy's shoulders? Tilt the camera up a little bit, Mr. Shins. That way we're all in the picture. Got it. There's some more giggling and grunting as Lupe clambers up onto Javier's shoulders. You tilt the camera, insert the plate, and remove the slide. All right, everyone, places. Twine in hand, you run towards the group and just barely make your way to the group. A smile plastered on your face before Lupe begins to wobble on Javier's shoulders.
Might want to hurry, Mr. Shins.
You don't need to be told twice. You tug on the string, creating the necessary exposure for the photograph. Good thing you do, because even as their pose holds still, you realize that you need to actually place the cap back over the lens to end the exposure. Whoops. About 10 more seconds, guys. You count down the seconds in your head, and once the image has been captured, you sprint back to the camera and dive to place the lens back on. Only too late do you remember that the motion will disturb the sanctity of the image. Well, the picture won't be entirely perfect, but time to preserve the image. Once you've gone through the necessary steps, you rush to your makeshift darkroom and make the print. Guys, come look. The others rush to your side to get a look at the print. The image shows Herman on the very left, slightly hunched over and holding his hand up in a wave. Next to him is Javier, unsmiling and stone still as always, staunchly supporting Lupe on his shoulders. And to their right, where you should be, an unintelligible blur. Oh, I love it! Are you serious? Look at me, I'm hardly in it. Of course you are, silly. You're that little smudge right there. It kind of even looks like you.
It does bear a striking resemblance to you, Mr. Shins.
Not you too. We have to try retaking it.
I don't know. Aren't you the one always to say that a photograph has to be captured naturally for posterity?
Did Javier just make a joke? All right then. If you guys are happy with it, we can keep it as is. Besides, Herman is clear, which is all you can ask for. Can you make more prints for us? I've still got the Collodion negative, so I can create more once we're back from our shoot. How does it look, Herman? Is it a good photograph? You hand Herman the print, who clutches it between trembling fingers. He's silent for a few moments, and you worry that he's upset by the photograph. But then he gives you a wobbly smile.
I love it.
All right. Our pre-roll is off. Gonna go ahead and take a quick commercial break. Sorry to anybody that's behind the commercial wall, but I will see you in 180 seconds. Welcome back, everybody. Back to the game. Appreciate everybody being here. If you're just now joining us, we're playing Exposure from the Spooktober Visual Novel Jam. And we're going to have a talk with the developers here afterward. Thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. Sleepy time for me, says Tree. Good night, friends. I have enjoyed this story a lot. Thank you, Mr. Shins, Wittershins. Tree, thank you so much for being here. I hope you sleep well. We'll see you next time. I'm gonna give you a shout out, you guys. If you haven't followed Tree, she is wonderful. You should definitely follow her because she is just awesome. And so, while you all bask in the remnants of the warm feelings from your group photograph, the three of you set out for your next shoot. The Not Deer. Staying behind, Herman promises to take good care of the camp while you and Javier finish the last of your packing. You make sure to pack a few extra rations, just in case. Who knows how long it's going to take to find the Not Deer. She's the keeper of the plain lore. She is indeed, Captain Craig. Can I have some water, puppy? I'm parched. Of course. Come here, mija. The few hours you've been searching have been agonizingly hot so far. You stare up at the sky, using the palm of your hand to shield your eyes while you scan the scant cloud line. The canyon is as brutal as it was when you weren't searching for the bumblebear. When you went searching for the bumblebear. The only difference is that finding your target isn't a certainty. Maybe we should take a break. Are you sure? We've only been at it for a couple of hours. We only have so much daylight left before we'll have to stop for the night. Patience. It'll be some time before we find the Not Deer. Well, before it finds us, at least. We don't want to push it. We got a lot of heavy equipment and a lot of ground to cover. Wouldn't do to overextend ourselves. How are you feeling, Lupe? Excited. I want to keep going and find it. A few more hours on the road, then. We'll be careful. The three of you set off on the path, making your way through the deep ravine, using the river to guide you. The waters are calm, and you have no problems navigating familiar territory. Or, well, Javier and Lupe have no problems. They maneuver around large rocks with practiced ease, leaving you to lumber behind with your heavy equipment. Eventually, you make your way to a quiet part of the stream that isn't as intense as the rest. Water crawls over the rocks, crystal clear. You can make out the bottom of the shallows if you peer over the edge. This is the safe part of the river. You can cross here without worrying about getting swept away. Good to know. Should we cross here? We're going to have to search the other side for the Not Deer, too. Javier assesses the river for a moment. Sure. Might as well cross here and scout the other side for a bit. Be careful. Lupe clutches Javier's hand while they navigate the waters and make it over to the other side. You follow suit, a touch more careful, considering you have precious cargo. After a few minutes, you make it to the other side and carry on. Lupe skips along the rocks to an invisible song, arms splayed out on either side of her for balance. The river continues to flow at her side, and you can tell that it's deepening once more. Oh, Woogie says, night, have a great stream, and good night, everyone. Woogie, thank you so much for raiding and being here. Appreciate you, sir. Giving you another shout out. Guys, again, if you haven't followed Woogie, please give him a follow and go check him out. He is wonderful. Good night, Woogie.
The river continues to flow at her side, and you can tell that it's deepening once more. So this knot deer will show up whenever it wants? From the way Hermie was talking, they seem like they enjoy scaring people. Isn't that mean? They're just eccentric. They do whatever they want when they want, and they know a lot more than they let on. And that includes scaring people sometimes. I don't like the sound of that. Me neither. Keep your distance from it, Lippe. But what if we can make friends with it? Like I said, I don't know if that's actually possible. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of, are you sure there's nothing we can do to find it faster? Have you tried asking, please? What?
Quest Zombie just raided with 8 viewers.
Zombie! We just got raided. Shout out to Zombie. Hello, Turner the Templar. You guys, please give Zombie a follow. Just a guy who loves gaming. Come and chill in my streams, and please don't hesitate to ask for help in a game I may be playing. My community is based on helping others in games, and I hope you enjoy the content. You guys, Zombie plays a lot of Call of Duty Zombies, and he is really fun. He has a wonderful community, very welcoming, fun, lovely people. Give him a follow. You guys, thank you so much for the raid. My name is mistershins, if you don't know me. Sorry, I had to mute the mic there for a second.
Just followed.
Turner the Templar, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. If you don't know me, my name is Mr. Shins. I play games with stories. Right now we are doing Exposure. It is a Spooktober a visual novel jam game. And we have the developers here. We're gonna talk to them about the game when we get done playing, and then we have another one right after that. Yeah, welcome, Zombie. If you're tired or you need to, oh wait, it's like morning there, isn't it? It's like 8 a.m. where you are. But if you need to sleep or take care of yourself after your stream, sir, please don't feel obligated to stay. However, you are so welcome. It's so hot though. I'm here for a bit. Awesome. I'm so glad. You guys are absolutely welcome to be here, and appreciate you bringing your community, sharing your community with us. Having a power nap. Good deal. We're going to go ahead. Big weekend. What's happening this weekend? We're going to continue with the story here. We just got confronted by a knot deer. Oh, Black Ops 6 is coming out. I haven't even looked. I should take a look. Are they continuing zombies, right? So you're not losing your zombies. I hope not anyway. Well, okay, so we're going to continue with the story here. It looks like we have encountered the knot deer, and we're going to see what the knot deer is at. It's different zombies, but I'm excited. Oh, cool. So you have a whole new battle pass, whole new thing. Awesome. Cool. Well, I can't wait to tune in and see you get into that. Fantastic. Okay, here we go. You look around wildly for the source of the sound, but you can't see anything out of the ordinary. At least, not at first. The air itself seems to grow darker around you at the sound of the voice, as if the heavens are shielding their eyes from whatever is about to come. Show yourself. Please show yourself. Well, why not say please? That's much better. Not saying please and thank you is rude. I don't like rudeness. No point in being cheeky when I don't have cheeks. Ha! You hear the sound of hooves against stone softly behind you. You would have missed it if the intruder hadn't put your entire system on high alert, but the creature has revealed itself. You wish it hadn't. Broken fragments of bone move like they're being dragged. It does almost look like a deer, save for the skin draped over its bones like a tarp. You can see where the skin stretches tightly across its back, but hangs loosely near its legs.
flapping about in any errant breeze. Its exposed neck and ribcage are bleached from the sun, yet are stained with bits of red, almost like the dehydrated meat of jerky. One of its legs is tightly bound where some flesh-colored string of sorts holds skin and bone together. Its jaw clacks open, and without anything holding bone to its skull, you have no idea how it hasn't fallen off. You want to call it a deer, but no. That doesn't seem right. Maybe it was once, but it can't be anymore. Not when the rot has stripped it of any semblance of the creature it mimics. Your mouth feels dry. Too dear or not too dear? That's the question, isn't it? I'd argue I'm more deer than any other you'd find in this canyon. I worked hard to collect these parts after all. Confused, you glance at your companions. Javier's entire body is tense as he looks between the not deer and Lupe. Get behind me, Lupe. Border Breaker says, this one might not end up getting a plushie. Polly says, why not? It's extremely marketable and adorable. The not deer's teeth click together when it swings its head back to snap its jaws shut. The chatter reminds you of laughter, not that it can narrow its eyes in glee. Loop, Loop, yes, Loop. Such a pretty name, Loop. Skip to the loo, my darling. Very different from your puppy's name. Isn't that right, Javier? Javier narrows his eyes. Oh, yes, I remember you. So very intense. Some might say even dogged as you run through life. Have you decided, Javier? To or from? Javier remains silent for long enough that the not deer seems to grow bored at the lack of engagement and turns to you. Oh, but you're new. What's your name? Yuba Fox says, I mean, we can do a plushie, but without the deer code, if it must be done. We'll just answer. Mr. Shins. There. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, what brings you here? It falls silent, and you get the feeling it's expecting you to answer. It takes some time to find your voice through the fear. Well, I'm a photographer. Why'd you go and give Not Dear your name, Mr. Shins? All lowercase like E.E. Cummings? He asked me my name. What am I supposed to do? It's only polite. I'm here to find evidence of cryptids in the wilds. Oh, yes, the dark box, the big box, the one with the fancy smells and sights, the box that steals your soul. Are you here to steal my soul, Mr. Shins? No. That's a myth. Cameras use light to capture the essence of what the lens can see. Did you learn nothing from Burdock last year? Answer no. No, he didn't, says Lore. No, I learned nothing. Oh, good, oh, good. So you're just here to use light to contain my essence bit by bit and seal every part of me in your picture. You seem to know a lot about how cameras operate. Have you ever seen one before? The camera has seen me. That doesn't answer my question, but okay. Must all questions have answers? Life would be boring if we knew the outcome of everything. Wouldn't you agree? Answers are the point of everything we do. Otherwise, we just live in fear and uncertainty without any direction. And what endpoint are you looking for? The question leaves you taken aback. At this point, Javier sighs and interjects. Do we really need all the cryptic bullshit? Javier. We'll leave you alone if you can just get the damn photograph. Oh, but I'll follow. I'll be in stasis, but always moving. I'll live forever, but never age. What will I be? A moving corpse? A photograph?
A memory. I like that answer. A memory.
Precisely. I will be the me that is present in this moment, and I will also be the eternal image of me that you remember.
I'm confused. Do you want to be in a photograph or not?
Does it matter? I'm not the one you're looking for.
What does that mean? I want to get photographs of as many cryptids as I can. Taking a photograph of you will help me show people the truth. You seem to know a lot of truths, don't you? And you should know that the truth is established by evidence. I need proof that can't be refuted.
Methinks you're refuting your own proof.
What? The knot deer tilts its head, neck cracking and popping so loudly you're afraid that its head will pop off.
Hiding motivations behind lies away from prying eyes. You've been exposing cryptids all this time, but has your search for vindication blinded you to what you're truly doing here? You've been staring at the sky for so long that you forgot what's in front of you. Be careful you don't lose it.
The knot deer almost sounds gleeful as it talks circles around you. You have no idea what it's talking about, but it fills you with a sense of dread. It's as if the knot deer can stare directly into your eyes and see what you've seen.
It's just trying to throw you off, Mr. Shins. Piss you off.
Yeah, don't listen to it if it's going to be mean. You should listen to their warnings. Really, you should. The smart thing would be to change the subject to get the picture as quickly as possible.
What's wrong? Have I gotten under your skin?
Kill that thing with fire, says Zombie. We're just having a friendly conversation right now. I don't know if the fire is quite necessary. Do you know something about the Thunderbird? Do I find it? It's the Thunderbird that I want. That's what he's saying.
No? No. No one can ever know a storm, kid. Each one is different.
Frustration grows in the pit of your gut. Thought you were supposed to know everything.
Who told you that?
Its teeth gnash together awkwardly where it mashes its lower jaw into its upper one in the facsimile of laughter.
Nobody can know everything. Choices, choices, it's all about choices. The choice to try, the choice to try again, the choice to drown your regrets, the choice to reach for the stars. I don't know your choices any better than you do.
I don't understand. Do I find the Thunderbird or not?
Haven't you already? Eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. The soul is captured by the camera. Why not take a picture of your soul or eyes? You could capture the memory forever.
Despite the razor-thin tension in the air, Lupe turns to look at you. Do cameras really work like that? No, they don't. You're starting to get fairly tired of the knot deer's nonsense. It's been walking you around in circles, obviously dancing around, giving you the answers you've been looking for. It knows more than it lets on, or maybe it's only pretending it does. Either way, it doesn't intend to tell you anything about the Thunderbird. Look, if you'll let me, I'd really like to take your picture. Bones rattle. The knot deer's teeth chatter like someone trapped in the cold, but this is how it laughs. Despite how unsettling it is, it's almost musical.
If you think you can take one in time...
You're not exactly sure what it means by that, but then again, you're not particularly sure what it means by anything it said so far. It'll require some patience while I get my things set up.
Patience, patience, it all requires patience. Patience to seek, patience to greet, patience. What is patience? A virtue? Who's virtuous around here? Certainly not you.
What do you mean by that? Ignore it and get set up. He said I'm not patient. I think that's all he's saying is that I'm not patient. I'm not going to ask him what he means. Polly says the dialogue makes me reminiscent of a wonderful class I took on photography and philosophy back in art school. Let's ignore it. Let's ignore it and set up. Try as you might to focus on setting up, it's hard not to get distracted by the knot deer's murmuring. Each time it turns its head, bones clatter and shift beneath the deer skin sagging from its back. Javier seems just as tense, which doesn't help you relax at all. As straight-laced as he is, this creature seems to have thrown him for a loop as well. The knot deer's glowing eyes from within dark sockets watch you with a similar intensity to how Javier would before he showed any signs of trusting you, except the knot deer's stare, while full of curiosity, also feels like a predator. It's hungry, but for what? Lupe seems to have noticed how distracted you are because she has made her way over to you, and you almost don't notice. Can I help today? Sure, I could use it. Her face lights up for the first time since meeting the knot deer, and Lupe happily assists you with small tasks like finding a good place for the tripod and setting it up. She leaves you to handle your chemicals, but otherwise carefully places different containers in an orderly fashion. She's watched you do this a few times by now, and in your experience, she's a quick study. Today is no different. Oh, in your experiences, she's a quick study. Today is no different. Without something more to do, Lupe starts to wander around the canyon. She knows the area well, given how often she and Javier have been here. Javier keeps a watchful eye on her, but he more importantly refuses to take his eyes off of the knot deer for more than a few seconds, like the creature will vanish right under his nose if he does. Honestly, you can't help feeling the same. Better take this picture quickly. All right, I'm all set up. Let's do this. Is there much to do at all? Just a bit of drip, 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 a little motion, let the light in, see it? You quickly prepare a negative and slot it into the camera. Once you expose the lens, the knot deer's head cranes to the side at an impossible angle. Can it see me now? Yeah, try not to move. Oh ho, I know. Holding this uncomfortable-looking pose, the knot deer stares at the camera patiently. Drip, drip. Looking down, you can see that the chemicals from your negative have started dripping out of the camera, mixing with dirt on the ground and creating tiny dark droplets. This isn't unusual, this happens every time. You always try to conserve your chemicals, but it's impossible to let all the excess drip back into the bottle. Excess. Why does that word linger in your mind? Then you notice there are more droplets on the ground, but these aren't under the camera. They're around your camera. You peek out from under the dark tent and can see that the ground is slowly becoming peppered with tiny black dots. Is that rain? You glance up and see that the gray clouds are moving in, but the knot deer pulls your attention away. Don't lose the excess. When you look back to the knot deer, it isn't there, gone in the wind. Javier isn't watching it, he's looking upstream with a furrowed brow. You quickly cover the lens to end the exposure. What are you looking at? Is it raining? It was clear earlier. Oh, what is he looking at? His jaw shifts, like he's contemplating what to say. Suddenly, his gaze darts back to stare at you intensely. We need to go. Because of the rain? It's just a spritz. I can cover up my camera. How bad can it be in the desert? With great apprehension. How bad can it be in the desert? We have no idea. With great apprehension, and by only moving his hand, Javier points into the sky. Look up. Your eyes follow the path of Javier's finger and look up to the sky. In the distance, dark clouds roll through the sky intensely. Flashes of lightning flicker through them. Compared to the horizon in the other direction, which is a cheery hot summer's day with a clear sky, this sky reeks of stormy weather. A storm which emerged from nowhere. Relive the moment? You've lived that moment 1,000 times. Now is the time to capture it. Well, we have a camera out. The
memory of that afternoon so long ago never left your mind. You can see it in perfect detail, feel it on your skin as if you were reliving the moment. This memory never escaped you. Mistershin says Thunderburb. You held impossibly tightly onto it with the vague hope that you would encounter it again. You know what you saw. All the ridicule, the shame you lived through, it was for this moment. There it is, the Thunderbird in all its glory, exactly as you remember it. Not quite a bird, but with nothing else in your vocabulary to describe something similar, you look on in awe. 2 pairs of wings flap in an alternating pattern. Each movement creates a gust of wind, and lightning sparks off of its form, darting through the dense clouds trailing behind it. Thunder rumbles in its wake. It's real. It's really real. The words leave you like a breath held, anxiously waiting to release. You knew this all along, yet you still cannot peel your eyes away. Even as the rain starts to pick up, you are just as entranced as you were that day so many years ago. Magnificent. Mr. Shins, pack up. We don't have much time. I have to get a picture of it. This is the thing I've been searching for. Looking particularly stern, Javier motions to the creek bed. Where the water once ran a dark shade of reflective blue, it has taken on an orange color. You soon realize the current has picked up speed. Sudden rain will cause a flood here. Oh, sudden rain will cause a flood here. It'll come suddenly. We need to get a higher ground. Pack up, quickly. In the weeks since meeting Javier, you've never heard such urgency in his commands. This is probably serious. What if this is my only chance? Guess you're right. But what if it is my only chance? Isn't this this is what I'm all about? I have never been concerned for my safety when trying to take a photo. What if this is my only chance? The frustration Javier feels is evident in his shoulders, and one corner of his lip pulls into a look of disgust. Do what you want, photographer. Gotta get this shot. Maybe I should listen to him. I mean, the last time I tried to get a shot like this, I almost got eaten by a bear, a bumble bear. So maybe I should listen to my guide. Do I have any votes from the people in chat? Do I get the shot or do I listen to Javier? Atari says, you know the real Thunderbird? Is the... Yes. And I can't pronounce it. Listen to Javier, says Polly. Listen, says Lore. Okay, we're gonna listen. Maybe I should listen to him. Listen to Soy El Tu Papa. I don't know if that's how you say it. Listening to Javier's advice, you start packing up. Lupe, we're going. Vámonos. Well, you start preparing. Javier looks around for Lupe, but she seems to have wandered off somewhere. Lupe? Lupe! His voice is desperate. You can feel the urgency in your bones. Where is Lupe? The rain hasn't picked up too much. You can leave your equipment for a moment and help look for her. No? Yeah, look for Lupe. We can get new equipment. Covering your things with the canvas of your dark tent, you turn to look for Lupe. 2 pairs of eyes will make this easier, especially because the wind is picking up and it's getting harder to hear Javier shouting. Lupe! Lupe! Puppy, here! Hearing Lupe's voice comes as a relief. You look at where it came from and realize that she's on the other side of the water. What was once a lazy stream only a few feet across and no deeper than her ankles has now risen above the creek bed and spread across the ground. Lupe trudges through knee-deep water and struggles to stay upright from the force of the quickening current. The water level seems to be climbing still. Stay there, mija. I'm coming. Without any hesitation, Javier jumps into the water and starts trudging through the current towards his daughter. Another crack of thunder and the sky falls out. What was just a sprinkle and some wind becomes a torrent of rain and howling gales of wind. Some gusts threaten to knock you off your feet. Naughty Thunderburb. Polly says this track rocks. But the Thunderbird is close enough to get a picture. You could get that picture. You could get exactly what you set out to find. It's so close you can almost taste it. Go for the picture, pack your things. I think we should drop everything. This is a disaster. Javier might be strong and smart, but this could go badly if flooding is as likely as he said, especially with how quickly the water is rising. You get ready to help him out if he needs it. You might be trading your opportunity to get a picture of the Thunderbird, but you wouldn't have even had this chance without them. You can't abandon them. Be careful! I am. Mija, come on! With shoulders set and full of determination, Javier sets off into the water, trudging through at an even pace to reach his daughter. You watch anxiously from the shrinking shore. In no time, the water is up to Javier's thighs, but he presses on until he reaches Lupe and gathers her into his arms. I gotcha. Yes. An explosive crack echoes through the canyon, and you're sure it isn't thunder. Water bursts forth as if a dam broke upstream. Now it reaches Javier's chest, and even as capable as he is, he couldn't hope to fight the very forces of nature. The force knocks Javier off his feet. Ah, puppy! The two of them disappear into the torrent. Desperately, you cry out for them. Javier, Lupe! Here! Following his voice, you see that Javier only washed a little ways downstream with Lupe gripping him. They're clinging to a rock, but you don't think he'll be able to hold on forever. You can see his muscles straining from here. Oh, Wittershins got auto-modded. Luckily, you aren't too far away. Now is your chance to act quickly. Trudge into the water and offer a hand. Look for a different way. It seems like this is a way of getting myself swept downstream. I could look for a different way. Let's look for a different way. You're not as strong as Javier. Going into the water is probably a death sentence. You need a different solution. Our bag should have something useful. With great haste, you rush over to the bags near your camera and start dragging things out. Each second you waste looking for something is time Javier doesn't have. Your hands find a coil of rope. This is perfect. There's no time to waste. You rush back to the bank where you think the rope can reach them. The question is, will you be able to help? Find leverage or toss the rope? There's not much time. We just toss the rope? I'm tossed up. Find leverage, says Wittershins. Okay, we'll find leverage. Find leverage. We'll find leverage. There's no way for you to do this alone. But you wouldn't have made it this far if you weren't creative, if you didn't persevere through challenges. If Wittershins didn't tell you to find leverage. Yeah, I was thinking, you hold on to one end, you toss them the rope, and then you pull them in, right? But I'm a photographer, I'm not that strong, right? Keep holding on, hang on! Looking around, you find a pair of rocks that would make for good leverage. Hurriedly, you drag the rope to them and try to use the angle as a lever. Is it safe now? It would be better if you could tie the ropes to the rocks, but the rocks are too big for that, and your knot tying skills aren't up to par. You might slip away. Maybe you should secure the rope to something else. But what? Panic-stricken, your eyes dart around for a large piece of wood or something sturdy enough to lodge between the rocks. The only thing your eyes find is your camera, set aside and ready to be hoisted away to safety. You could lodge a tripod between the rocks. That could make good leverage. That camera represents so much of what you've worked for. Could you really give it up? Mistershins! Of course I can. It's an emergency. It's just a camera. Hang on! You lunge into action, rushing over to the camera. It's a heavy piece of equipment, but it's sturdy. It survived the beating of being put out in the wilds and hunting cryptids with you. It isn't something you could have done alone, though. The camera is too heavy. You can't take the whole thing. The tripod is all you need. But you've already committed to saving your friends. You've made your choice. You lift the tripod and smash the camera on the ground. The wooden and metal box soaked with water shatters against the rocky ground. Splinters explode, and the device lays on the ground as a corpse of its former self. Years of working odd jobs and saving your money, your life's work, reduced to shards against the rock. There's no time to lament. With shaking hands, you bind the rope around the legs of the tripod and heft it up, and rush back to your place between the two rocks. The water has risen nearly to your position. This has to work. With the rope as secure as you could possibly make it, you lock the tripod against the rocks and test it. That should be secure enough to hold them. Okay, try now! The rain nearly drowns out your voice, but you stand up and motion to Javier. He looks exhausted, but he's not out of the fight yet. With powerful muscles, he grabs the rope and wraps it around his forearm. Then he starts pulling himself towards the shore, not fighting the current, but rather using it to his advantage. You watch anxiously, eyes darting between Javier and Lupe and the tripod braced against the rocks. Will it hold? The sharp noise of wood snapping reaches your ears above the roar of water. Javier and Lupe are close, though. The Thunderbird has slipped through your fingers. All you've worked so hard for tumbles out of your grasp. But not everything. Your friends' lives are still in your hands. In an attempt to support the tripod's wooden legs, you wrap your arms around it and grab the rope. With all your might, you start pulling and trying to walk the rescue rope back. Each step backwards makes your legs beg for relief. The muscles burn. Your skin is rubbed raw from the coarse rope. You've gotten this far, you're not giving up. Suddenly the rope goes slack. You stumble backwards and land in the mud. Javier? Lupe? We're okay. Hearing Lupe's voice is a relief. You scramble to your feet to meet them and see Javier on his hands and knees, struggling to find the energy to stand up. Something about him is different. Javier, are you all right? Fine. Thanks to you. As he pushes himself to his feet, you realize that his clothes are ripped, and the hair on his arms is thicker than usual. Almost like Herman's, but jet black. His hands are gangly and large. They look powerful. Before you get a much closer look, he composes himself and seems to return to his usual appearance. What was... Later. Javier's eyes meet yours. His golden irises bright against the gray world around you. You've never seen his expression soften when he looks at you. Only when he looks at Lupe. With a heavy sigh, he nods. Gracias, amigo. I'm so glad you're safe. You're welcome. So glad you're safe. You could probably fall out and weep right now. As afraid as Lupe looked only a moment ago, and with how stained and dirty her dress is, she still manages to keep her good attitude. Without warning, she flings herself at you and throws her arms around your waist. You're the best. I knew we would be good friends. Glad you thought so. Thanks, Lupe, or you're welcome. I'm glad you thought so. You could never let anything bad happen to her. Now you understand Javier's protectiveness on a deep, personal level. We should go. Yeah, let's get your stuff and go. About that. You can see the slightest tilt of Javier's head like a confused, involuntary twitch. He looks at the tripod with the rope tied around it, and the notably missing camera. Lupe is now your child. Sorry, I don't make the rules, says Renpy. It's about this time that Lupe notices your camera in pieces on the ground. Oh no, what happened? You broke it to save us. You nod solemnly. Huh. That singular note resonates with you. Javier sounds impressed? Thank you. I had to. The why doesn't matter. It matters that you did. So thank you. An exhausted smile quirks at the corner of your mouth. You've lost something you worked your whole life for, but you've gained something more in its place. Once the floodwaters finally clear, you watch the storm fade away and reveal an open blue sky once again. It's a welcome sight. Because of the flood, the group isn't able to reclaim many of the supplies you brought along. Backpacks were swept away or their contents waterlogged. Camera is completely destroyed. You managed to recover your corked chemicals in their box. Not that they're much use now. Despite this, you find yourself in high spirits. You saw a dream you've been chasing your whole life. Maybe you didn't get a picture of it, but you have something better to show for it. Your friends. They're alive and well. Maybe you're all a bit soppy, but you're safe. You're glad you persevered and found a way to help, even if it wasn't without sacrifice. When you all finally make it back to camp and collapse in the comfortable warmth of the merry fire, Herman immediately takes notice of your state. Camp seems to have suffered its own minor casualties because of the storm, but your furry friend has done his best to clean up. Goodness, are you all right? Are you all right? A terrible storm swept through out of nowhere. I know the canyon can flood. Did it catch you? Yeah, but we're all right. I'm happy to see that. Mr. Shins helped us. We got caught in the waters. Remembering that she could be to blame, Lupe grows sheepish for the first time since you've met her. It was kind of my fault, but things are okay now. Where is all of your equipment? Your camera? I broke it. It got lost. Bah, too humble. He broke it to use it. Saved us with it. It was good thinking. Receiving praise from Javier feels pretty strange. Do you think you could get used to it? What? Really? What about your pictures? I left all of the negatives here to keep them safe. I only took blank plates to the field. That's a relief. All my prints are ruined, though. I'll have to make more. My journal got completely destroyed. At least it's not a really hard process. Yeah. Looks like things got a little rough here. I kept things as tied down as I could. That wind was really something. Thank you, Herman. Let's get cleaned up, mija. Si, papi. Exhausted and ready for a good night's sleep, everyone separates to get cleaned up. Border Breaker says, oh, make sure to open the journal before you finish the game. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, let's open it now. We got the jackalope. Oh, maybe it's because you get too close to her babies, giving them cactus juice helps. Are they jackalope or are they something else entirely? They sound similar enough, but these creatures are so elusive. Tumbling Terry. It camouflages itself as an ordinary tumbleweed. You will only see it when it unfurls, consuming its prey as it is blown. Carnivorous. This is lovely. The Ravenger, a vicious bird recognized by its distinct plumage, sharp talons, and razor-like tail. Its round face hides rows upon rows upon rows of deadly teeth, impales its prey on cacti. We've learned so much. It seemed to know a lot more than it let on, the knot deer. There are tales of a deer whose skin doesn't fit it quite right. Quite intelligent, enjoys scaring people. Herman, also known as Bigfoot, an intelligent behemoth living in the cactus forests. It looks like he was driven to solitude because of his appearance, capable of speech. Really big feet. Herman's pretty shy. Be nice to him. I'm glad that you got me to open the journal. That's so cool. Okay, everybody separates to get cleaned up. Herman did a good job holding down the fort and keeping things safe in camp. Still, you feel a little anxious about your negatives. Without a camera, you can't find the creatures and take pictures again. Who knows if you'll ever be able to get another camera either? How many things would change in that time? When you enter your tent, your box of negatives is the first thing that your hands find. You settle it into your lap and carefully extract a negative to check it. While you look them over, you notice the flickering light of the fire slows to a stop. The wood no longer crackles. The breeze doesn't graze your tent. The world seems to slow to a stop. And then everything goes dark around you. Jeffyard! Thank you for the lurk, sir. Can I get a shout out for Jeffyard? Well, well, that was certainly interesting. Hello? In the darkness of your mind, a set of otherworldly eyes opens in front of you, seeming to stare into the fabric of your very being. Who are you? I have no name. What are you? I am a watcher, a guardian of sorts. What the? The eyes narrow, as if an unseen smile reaches them. You have something that poses a danger to the people here that you've grown to care about. What are you going to do with that? Your eyes drift down to the box of negatives in your lap, and you realize the voice is referring to them. What will I do with them? Repeating the question doesn't help to clear up the implications of it. You worked so hard to get these photographs. Ever since your first chance sighting of the Thunderbird as a child, you have devoted your life to this pursuit. For the first time, it finally paid off with real proof. That proof sits in the box in your lap. But for the first time, you have people who believe you. People who believe in you. They trusted you with their lives, and you proved that trust wasn't misplaced. You recall Herman's discomfort with your desire to show him to the world. He came out here to avoid people treating him differently. Javier's suspicious stares and efforts to discern your intent play back in your mind. Something is different about him, too. You swear you saw fur. Lupe is such a smart girl, so full of life and wonder, so kind and forgiving. What would exposing them do? How would their lives change? You're not sure if that's something you're ready to face. You look up to the eyes, meeting their otherworldly stare. It feels like looking into the sky on the clear nights in the desert. A universe of possibilities watches you. It's beautiful. What's more, it's familiar. You felt oddly affected by the phenomenon of déjà vu over the last few weeks. I know why you're asking me this. So what will you do? What I set out to do, show the world. What I have to do, protect my friends. I don't know, I can't give this up. We do what we have to do, we're being confronted. Then do what is necessary. The eyes drift closed, and slowly, the world around you returns to life, as if nothing ever happened. Once again, you can hear the fire crackling, see the light flickering and the shadows dancing. Lore says, I need to go. Thanks for the stream. Lore, it's so nice to have you here. I hope all is well with you. I hope you have a good day. See you next time. Once again, you hear the fire crackling, see the light flickering and the shadows dancing. Unlike the whirlwind of earlier, the world is quietly content. But that being was right. What you possess poses a danger to the people you've come to care about. The photos you worked so hard to collect, you have to destroy them for the safety of your friends. Full of conviction to do the right thing, you raise the box high above your head. Smash the negatives? Yeah. With all your might, you slam the box of glass down on the ground. I definitely will, says Lore. Yay! Plates inside rattle and shatter. You dare not look inside. Mr. Shins, is everything okay? Raising the box again, you smash it against the ground, a third and fourth time for good measure. Nothing should have survived that. In no time at all, Javier throws back the tent flap. Mr. Shins, what's going on? His eyes cut down and spot the damaged box of negatives. For a long minute, he stares at you with a furrowed brow, trying to piece together why you would do such a thing. Lupe and Herman are quick to peek in. Your pictures, you worked so hard to get them. Why did you do that? Regret and relief battle in your stomach. You know this was the right thing to do. Because this place deserves to be unbothered. If I took these back to the rest of the world, who knows what would happen to all of you or to the creatures here. They don't deserve the treatment Herman got. Finally, Javier's shoulders relax. He seems relieved, pleased even. Glad you feel that way, amigo. Thank you. Really. Aw, but all that hard work. It's all right, Lupe. Cameras capture moments, but I've made plenty of memories. We should be ashamed. Yes, Atari. She turns to you with sad eyes. We do type lowercase. Does this mean you're leaving? Yeah, bye. I don't know. I mean, it's not home. We could stay and hang out, but the reason I came out here was to take photographs. But these are my friends. That seems like I don't have any friends anywhere else. Do I have family? I don't even know. Okay, people in... Stay, says Wittershins. Where are you going? Stay. I was gonna go home. I've been camping. I want to sleep in my bed. This is your house and child now, Shin, says Atari. Okay, we're staying. If you'll let me. Javier sucks on his tongue for a moment before a smile pulls his lips away from his teeth, exposing them for the first time. You get a glimpse of pronounced canines and wonder if that's why he doesn't smile often. Sure. Welcome to the sanctuary, amigo. Quarter, Lupe is your daughter now. Hello, Quarter. Oh, what a lovely game. Thanks to our developers that are in the chat for sharing this with us and being here. Hi, I wrote the game with one other person, says Quarter. I'm excited to talk to you guys about it. Quarter, well done. Okay, so we have about 5 minutes until the pre-roll is off. I'm going to go ahead and get into the Discord and run a quick ad, and we'll get levels. And any developers that want to join, don't feel pressure. You don't have to do this. But if you want to join and talk for a bit, I would love to talk to you guys. So we'll take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in 180 seconds.
Hi, Lynn.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good. That was really fun to watch.
Oh, I'm so glad. I thank you for saying that. That is very kind. I'm going to just have you just tell me how your day was. I'm gonna get your levels.
Okay. My day was okay. It was working on newsletters and doing social media for my contractor. And
Sounds fun.
Oh, I updated the game this morning at like 5 a.m. or something like that, to make sure that it was all good, and we fixed some typos and worked on a couple other things. I noticed a few things while watching you, and I'm like, okay, well, there's another update to be had yet. But yeah, so that's what my morning looked like. Waking up at a silly hour because we got back from Japan.
Oh wow!
Friday. So.
Dang.
Yeah, our sleep schedules are broken.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot.
Yes.
Quarter, can I have you also tell me how your day was?
Hi. Well, my voice sounds like this because I am recovering from being sick, so I
Oh, I'm
don't
so
usually
sorry.
sound like this. My day was fine. I woke up at also a silly hour and then proceeded to stay in bed to rest.
Oh man. Oh, hello, and we have I'm sorry. Can you tell me how to say? Is it Qianhua?
Qianhua.
Qianhua.
You can call, you can just call me whatever, like if it's like a hassle or anything.
It should be fine. Qianhua, the closest approximation. Say it one more time.
Qianhua.
Qianhua. I'll do my best.
It's all right. Like there's no need to
Chillhop.
worry.
You should be able to say that, mistershins.
So glad to have you guys here. Our ad is about to end, or just ended. So I'm going to switch screens. About to end, or just ended. So I'm going to switch screens. And let's see. Just ended. So I'm going to switch. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So I just want to welcome everybody. So we have Lynn, who is the project manager, background, and UI artist, and also the Renpy programmer for this game. Well done, Lynn.
Mhm.
And we have Quarter, who is the writer, concept artist, logo designer, asset designer, and playtester. And then Qianhua is sketch and concept artist and creature designer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all of us. And I'm Mr. Shins, of course. I'm like, who's that? That's me. So thank you guys so much for hanging out and joining us for the end of this. I really enjoyed this game. This, of course, was a blind playthrough for me. I didn't like Wittershins just told me that I would enjoy it. She's like, you're gonna like this. Just wait. And I really did. So I'm just gonna open it up. If anybody in the chat has any questions that you guys want to ask, please just throw them out there, and I will. I'll try and read them out. But there was one question, which was it DILF DLC when? When is that happening?
Yeah, we don't know. That'll depend.
It'll depend. Okay, just checking. So this is not your guys' first jam. Is this your first Spooktober?
So a quick correction on that. It's not my first jam.
It's not your first jam.
However, yeah, both of our writers, and then the two other artists, brand new to jams. This is their first jam.
Okay.
I think first visual novel as well.
Oh, so we have a lot of firsts here.
Yeah, so half the team are people who have some level of experience. I've got almost a year under my belt now, and then our two programmers are more familiar, and then I believe our composer also has been working on this sort of stuff for a while as well.
Okay, so it's a mix. You guys have a pretty big team. So composer is Yuri Gore, is that right? And then you got Rue and Rina as programmers, Nynh for Sprite and concept art and creature design, and Ramsey Cotton, also a writer. So
Yes.
a lot of talent, a lot of ranges of experience. That's great. So for this, how did you guys come together and get involved for this Spooktober?
Well, it's all Lynn. Well, it's Lynn that pulled me aboard, at least. I had no experience with working with other people, let alone like a project that's like this, and I'm really grateful that they got me into this, and wow, it's kind of really fun, and I can do more of this. It's like that. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'll hand it off to Lynn. We live together. Hi, we're married.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She said, I've got this idea for a game. And I said, that sounds like fun. Let's do it.
That's cool. It's good to have couples working together doing the same. Does that, just as kind of a side question, does that cause any tension for you guys?
No.
We
Not that
have a
I know of.
long history of working together, so we kind of know how to deal with each other's quirks.
Good deal. Good deal. So I didn't want to rip open any scars with that question, but there it was.
Nobody knows how that's like.
Yeah, nobody knows what that's. I don't know what it's like living with a developer. Just kidding. Mistershins is my wife, so.
Or a partner you work with.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so a little bit about exposure. Obviously cryptids were the kind of foundational theme of this, but what was the inspiration behind this game? Where did it come from?
The very, very first idea came from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, really?
Actually.
Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, there is a side quest line in that game where you, as the rugged cowboy that we all know and love, help out a wilderness photographer who is using very similar camera technology to what we ended up going with in exposure. I have some level of experience with photography in my own background, and just have a really big appreciation for kind of that Wild West era of technology and kind of theming. And then from there it was like, okay, well, what are we gonna take photos of? And then it kind of landed in the cryptid sphere because we had started on some other projects that were related to cryptids. So we were starting to learn more about their lore. And we were like, oh, well, this kind of fits well together because look at all the awful photos that exist of cryptids in the world and all the speculation that made.
The jackalope thing is very personal to me. I think that's one of the reasons Mistershins was like, you need to play this game, because if you've ever been to Idaho, you go to like a truck stop and they have like the postcards, like the jackalope is a thing, right? Like there's pictures of giant rabbits with horns, and it's always fascinated me. So to see the jackalope represented was a real pleasure. Can you talk, speaking of cryptids, can you guys talk a little bit about the character designs, especially the monster designs? Like obviously jackalope is out there, but how did you choose these? And are these real things that people have invented? Like, are these real? Most of them real? I know the not deer kind of is, and I certainly know the jackalope is. But what about the bumblebear?
We did creating a lot of cryptids for the game just because we didn't want to step on any toes for any like religious representation that it may have, especially for some of the Native American cultures. There was a few things that we were throwing out there. We were like, I don't think we want to touch that because that has really negative connotations. So we decided that probably the best thing to do would be take inspiration from a couple, but then just make our own things. So we called the bumblebear a bugbear for the longest time.
Of a bugbear. Okay, yeah. I almost said bugbear a couple times when I was reading. That's funny. That's very wise. It seems like a very wise decision. It hadn't occurred to me that, like, if you were to use things that are real myth or real legend, that there could be people that take offense. So that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Can you guys kind of walk us through what in like the approach to developing this story? Lupe and Javier specifically, these are great characters. Where did they come from? How did they emerge?
We did a lot of talking, like as a group, about like what do we need in the story to help keep it tight without like overwhelming with characters, but also like giving the main character that you play as like some connection to the place in the world that they have now like entered in. So we kind of settled on the idea of a single dad and his daughter that are out there, kind of playing the role of like the guardian of the cryptids that live in the area. Some of the ideas just kind of spawned from like, oh, it'd be funny if this situation happened, because we knew that like the journal aspect of the game was something that was really important to us like early on. We wanted to have somebody in the game like as an NPC that you could like have a conversation with and like learn more information about the world and like add the notes to the journal. It made it really easy to be like, oh, well, Lupe knows these things. She likes to read. She saw a book. She's going to grab it and read it. And then add some additional notes about some of the creatures that you have in there and add some notes about creatures that you haven't heard of. And I think that like adding those two in, like to me, really added a lot without like overwhelming with too many characters. Cause I think that that's something that we really could have easily gotten into the weeds and like had like 6 or 7 characters in like the main cast that just would have like taken away and not kept things as like tight and like comfortable. That
it sounds like the journal really anchored everything. And I really appreciated the journal. I'm glad that you was it Lynn? Was it Lynn that told me to open up the journal? Open up the journal, please. That was very cool and like, I don't know, you feel like you're pursuing this goal to capture these guys, get photos, prove they exist. Great answer.
Yeah, real quick before we go on to the next question, our composer is available to join this voice call. Can I invite them to the call?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'd love to have them.
Yuri, yay.
This will be Yuri, music composer and sound designer.
Music composer and sound designer.
Yeah, I would like to know where they got the Nazgul, where they found the Black Writers to record. Hi, Yuri. Can you hear us?
Hey.
I'm just gonna check your levels here. We're up as far as we can be. Your volume's all the way up.
No, you guys
so you guys meet Yuri, music composer and sound designer. The lovely music that you hear, I assume, is by them. So I was going to ask. We already talked about cryptids a little bit. Can you guys talk about challenges that you faced while working on this project? There's anything that came up that was particularly, like a big challenge you had to overcome?
Well, like with any jam project,
The deadline.
The deadline, yes.
Yeah. Tight deadlines. And then we did have some team members who were not able to continue on the project with us. So we lost our GUI artist very early on. So we were able to pivot and pick up the slack there. And then our original sound composer actually was not able to continue either. And then Yuri was able to step in halfway through the jam and just bang out all the amazing music, all the amazing tracks that we got in the game.
That's fantastic. Well, I'm glad you guys were. I know mistershins had similar things. One person got COVID. Things happen, right? It can be crazy. I'm glad that you guys were able to recover. You guys delivered on an incredible game here. How long is this script? Like, I went in not expecting it to be so long. Like, how many words do we have here?
33,000.
33,000 words. Oh my God.
And that's for that includes like all the different endings, and a couple of like additional, like when you play the game again, there's a couple of different dialogue options that are different. Yeah, that was already pared down. Like we cut 2 or 3 creatures entirely because we were just like, this is too long and there's no way to make it shorter.
Yeah, it's really a shame, but like we had like a larger list of creatures that we have like ideas of and such, but for the sake of like the time restraints and everything, we had to like cut out quite a handful of those. So maybe future updates, maybe.
Oh, hey, yeah, we would love to see more creatures in this. Like, the more the merrier. So 30,000, over 30,000 words. And there's two writers, right? There was Gore is one, and then Ramsey. So how did you guys divide the writing duties?
We broke the script down into different scenes. So initially we were like, okay, the storm that's going to happen that ended up being the big climatic moment at the end of the game. That was originally supposed to happen halfway through the game. And then it would unlock some new areas to go visit. And then like some additional creatures just because of how the landscape is affected by the storm. So we had initially like just broken it down, like, what scene do you want to write? What scene do I want to write? What sounds fun to you? What sounds fun to me? Do you have an idea to like get started? So, and then some of the scenes we just kind of tag teamed.
Wow.
So like, because we had to pare things down just for like time constraints, we originally weren't even going to get like the not deer in there. And then we talked and we were like, oh, we could fit the not deer in like right before the storm.
Oh, I'm so glad you got the not deer in.
Yeah.
I love the not deer.
I had a really good time with the not deer, and like Ramsey and I both had ideas for like kind of how the dialogue would work. So I was like, you have an idea for how you want to get this started. I'm gonna write like the second half of the scene that leads up into the storm, and then like we can mesh those two things together. And of course, there was a couple of scenes that like took way longer than either of us thought they were gonna take. So whoever needed to pick up what still needed to be done would jump in and do it, and then we would kind of all do some copy editing as we read through.
Wow, I think it's tough for writers to collaborate. So it's very impressive that most of the games that I've talked to people about, there's always one writer, almost always, not 100% of the time. But so I think developing that trust, it can be really tough for writers. It can be tough for anybody, but I think writers are expected to do it less for whatever reason. So well done, you guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh no, and it was a pleasure to play. It was a pleasure to read. You guys did awesome. Any favorite elements of design? Like anything that you guys are most proud of?
I am like personally, I was like the not deer and the Thunderbird is like mostly me, and I'm pretty happy with like the both of them. Like, well, you can see from examples my personal tastes, but the not deer, like that the not deer, the urban legend comes from like the idea of the thing that the disease that actually exists is like the chronic wasting disease.
Oh, I did not know this. So that's where the kind of legend of it emerges from, is this disease that deer get?
Yes, and that disease makes it's going to be graphic, all right? The deer sort of rots as it's alive, and people see it and think it's weird because like sometimes because of the rot, like its limbs bends backwards and it's not where it's supposed to be, and of course it's in pain and suffering and all that, and people see it and like, what the fuck is that?
Poor things.
So that's the not deer as it originates. So there, I had a few ideas about like not deer because it's funny, the name. Like anything could be a not deer. You can put a trash can and say, well, that's not a deer. Eventually, it comes down to like the idea of like a carcass, but it's like puppeteered by a worm. So you see, like in the journal, like in the sketches I've done.
Yeah, I saw the little note that kind of describes how. On the left side of the page. So that was all you. That was all your design, your way of interpreting that.
Yeah.
That creature. That's incredible.
Thunderbird, as someone in chat like earlier sort of pointed out, it's like I also don't know how to read that word, but flying dinosaur, if you will. I took the idea because I know that a lot of interpretations have went with the eagle sort of look, and I think it is cool to like try and do something a little bit different here.
Absolutely.
Four-winged flying dinosaur sort of skull, and you see that in the notes that there are two different heads, and possible sort of way it walks, because the main character, they haven't seen up close or in a habitat before, so they don't really know what it actually looks like up close, so it's all speculation on their part, you know.
It's evident, like one of the funnest things about this game is the creature design. So that's definitely a great answer for a thing to be proud of. I think all of the creatures really stood out. So well done there, you guys. Does anybody else have any other thing that you were most proud of, or that that fills you with pride about this game?
We have a finished working game.
With a 1 month game, yeah.
Was a finished working game.
That is, I mean, I think yes, a lot of people. Some people don't make it. Some people don't make it to the end with a working game. So that is a big thing to be proud of in a 1 month jam, huh?
Yeah, and I'm really happy. I think Lynn's probably also very happy with the fact that we got the journal working. I'm really proud of everybody on the team just kind of coming together and making this stuff happen and jumping in where they need to get things done. Really, really grateful to Yuri, because Yuri made some bangers for this thing.
Yeah, no, music is great. Yuri, is this you playing guitar?
Yes. So the guitar, most of the woodwinds, and the violins was me. Yeah.
Wow.
Wonderful. How many tracks do we have? It seems like there were 4 or 5 tracks at least. How many tracks did you make for this?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, because as we mentioned, I joined a bit late, so I had to I didn't have time to really think about things. I was just trying to go as fast as possible.
Just knocking stuff out, not keeping track of how many. Well, it seemed like there was a good variety of music, and it all really people in the chat were saying, "Oh, this track is awesome. Oh, this track is awesome," as we were playing through. So kudos to you. You produced a wonderful soundtrack. Is there a prize in Spooktober for the soundtrack? I can't remember.
There is, yeah.
There is. Well, okay. I hope fingers crossed for you, because it is great. Mm-hmm. What do you guys hope that players take away from this game when they finish playing?
I think that probably the biggest takeaway that we want people to have is probably just general thoughtfulness. Being aware of how the things that you say and do can affect other people, even if they're not necessarily affecting you directly. At least that was kind of one of my motivations behind it, is we have these problems in real life, right? On small scales and large scales, for how our actions can have rolling consequences. So that's definitely something that I would want somebody to take away from the story. And I guess I also want people to take away where's the DILF DLC? That has just been consistently an ask since our playtesters tested it.
That's awesome. Oh, that's good.
For me personally, because I am mostly creatures, the part I did, and when I'm doing I'm drawing for the journal, and I was thinking these things that you don't really know, you don't really understand fully, and because of that, you may think and interpret and feel it is scary and spooky and dangerous. But you need to understand them in their own they're just guys just doing their own thing. People have a fear of sharks, and the statistics with shark attacks, whatever. There is a real threat, but the idea is that you need to understand them and treat them with appropriate respect and distance, and we'll be fine. And they are majestic creatures, so there's a little bit of that in my own thoughts.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And that was some of what I was thinking as I was playing. It was these are, whether they're mythical or beyond understanding or not, they're just creatures. You guys, the writers made it clear that Herman is a person. He's not a thing. And respecting others and persons. That is something that I've taken away. So, great answer. Anybody else?
I think the most interesting thing that I've seen in feedback, as far as people have been taking away, is that it's a cozy game.
You didn't expect it to be cozy?
No, I don't.
Spooktober.
Yeah, I guess compared to like some of the other entries that were like way more on the horror side, like yeah, by comparison, but I was like, I guess it's cozy in a way.
It turned out it felt very cozy to me. I think part of it is the mood, the music sets, and the fact that you're with these characters. While one of them doesn't trust you, one does and is just interested in what you're doing and excited. And open to the world, and then it managed to be cozy. I definitely felt like I definitely I'm officially giving that feedback. This felt like a cozy game to me.
The real horror of this game is the choices you have to make.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
You have to go back and play the bad endings.
Right. I was wondering a couple of times, like, what if I'm just a dick?
Yeah. Well, you will F around and find out, as they say.
Polly, you guys, by the way, Polly is she is a developer on the Stars Under Lockhurst, which is also one of the Jam games that we played here. Polly says, it is so cozy. It's extremely heartwarming. Mr. Shin's narration also added to this. Oh, thank you, Polly. I wasn't meaning to read a compliment for myself to you guys, but I just did. So there you go. Let's see. And Wittershins had it is a cozy game, says Wittershins, would totally snuggle Javier by a campfire. There was a question Wittershins had about, I missed it now. Let's see. Oh, it was for Yuri. It was about sound design.
The sound design, as well as the yeah.
So Wittershins was asking about where did you get some of these sounds, especially that screech. I think had everybody's hearts in their throats. Where did you find the Nazgul?
Screech?
Yeah, the Ravager. Yeah.
I am not sure. There were a few things in the sound design that I actually didn't do. I did one of the monsters, but I'm not sure if that screech was actually one that I did.
Yeah, I think Lynn found the screech.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think that might have been someone else completely.
Did you just scream into a microphone, or where did you get that? Or do you know? You found it?
I used the same resource that Yuri had used for some of the other sound effects. I had used Pixabay. So free
Nice.
to use, okay for commercial license, like all checks all the boxes to make sure you're not going to get DMCA'd or anything like that,
Very nice. Yeah, big important thing. Additionally, I think sound design is one of those things like programming where the game works and nobody is going to praise the programming unless something or notice it unless something doesn't work, right? But I think sound design is a little bit like that too, where if people notice it, then maybe it's a success, maybe it's a failure. Do you have any kind of ethos on sound design, on the way you approach it?
I guess for the sounds that I actually made, I would say the best thing is that you're not trying to recreate the sound. You're just trying to make sounds that make people think of that, I guess. So the best example is like, if you're trying to make the sound of a door shutting, you don't record a door shutting, you record, I don't know, like dropping something onto the floor to make that like a hit sound, and then you record something else, two metal things hitting together for the like little part of, I don't know what it's called, but the little part of the door that, like the handle, and then you put those together. That in most cases you're not actually recording the actual object, but you're just trying to get other objects that create that sound, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. So it sounds kind of like you don't just go and record a door closing. You record what you would expect a door to sound like when it closes.
Absolutely, exactly. That's it. Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear somebody say that, because it's sound design is one of those things that don't get talked about very much. But that's a great insight. Thank you for sharing that. Any other kind of process things that you have that you'd like to share? And it's okay if the answer is no.
Yes, this project I was very stretched for time. As we mentioned, I joined quite late, So I had a little bit of time to go back over things, but I didn't have a lot of time to sit on it and think about things. So I was kind of just going at things. Unfortunately, I don't really have much of a
head down, nose to the grindstone.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't have too much to say about that. Sadly.
Well, the result is I've said already, but yeah, it's got a great soundscape. It's a great game to hear. It's just pleasant having the music in the background right now. So I really appreciate your work here. I've got 2 more questions for you guys. Is there, but before I move on to those, is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about with this game that we haven't covered?
I like to shout out to the coding department. We've got crunch the whole thing in a really short period of time, and the subsequent bug fixing and all that. I
Coding
have no
is
idea
evil.
how they do it. They are
Wittershin's just shouted coding is evil. Yes, shout out to Lynn and
the code increased
and Gore for playtesting and Rue and Rina for programming. You guys obviously did a good job because we didn't hit any bugs. Nothing, there was no hitch. So well done.
That's awesome to hear. I'm also going to shout out Lynn because Lynn did a little bit of everything on the project. We're the day before submissions need to be had, and she's learning new coding things and jumping in and learning how to animate the sprites, which added to so much. So almost all of the animation that's going on, she did that day before the jam was over.
Wow.
And so
incredible.
She did a really, really good job with that, and it added a lot of life to the game.
Well done, Lynn.
Yeah, I might have stayed awake for 40 hours straight. Don't do that. that huge, advice to anyone who's thinking of doing this. Give yourself more time on the back end to play test things and polish things. Don't do what we did.
We gave ourselves a week to do that, and then the writing deadline got pushed back.
Yeah, I've said this before, and I think everybody knows that the Spooktober, one of the Spooktober slogans is "Winners don't crunch," but it is so hard to avoid. And I heard Wittershin's just cackle. Don't do that if you can help it. But good job for getting it done. I think there's a certain amount of that's unavoidable. Could be wrong. Okay, so if you guys could go back in time and give your past selves one piece of advice when you started the project, what would it be?
Start earlier, I guess.
I love that, Shin. I love that because that is the most common answer I've heard is to start earlier. Anybody else have? Is there any?
I've even started earlier. I started writing at midnight on September 1st.
Oh my God!
We did a lot of writing. So
no, over 30,000 words. That's what you've got to do because you can't. You have to be done. I don't know if everybody understands. I don't know if everybody who's watching here understands, but you can't just write until the end. You have to be done before things can really be done. Everything is contingent on the writing being done. So yeah. Crazy.
So my advice to myself would be scope it down even more. We had already scoped it down. We originally had 15 creatures. We scoped it down to 7 or 8. We cut out a creature that I was really excited about, but wasn't gonna add anything. So just be okay with scoping it down sooner and give yourself that time because you still have a job. You're gonna have a bad day at work. You're not gonna feel like writing. So just when the words are ready to flow, just take full advantage of it.
That's an excellent answer. Yeah, scope it down, definitely. Polly in chat says, the whole team came together and made such an incredible game and left me with a memorable experience and a lesson I'll carry with me for as long as I can. It's a lovely VN. Big congrats to everyone. Thank you, Polly.
Thank you.
So sweet.
Wittershin says, you well done to the whole team. Bob. Hello, Bob. Oh, it's Yuri.
Yuri, yes.
Yuri. Yuri said congrats to everyone else on the project. They put so much into this and made such an amazing game. Very happy to have been able to participate. Thank you for that, Yuri. And then, so one last question for you guys. What's next? Is there going to be a monster or a cryptid DLC along with DILF DLC? You guys have other projects in the works?
I don't know
specifically.
That's not the correct last question.
That's not the correct last question? I'm being dictated. Wittershins, I'm sorry. Wittershins had one more question. What cryptids, this is a good question. Wittershin asked me to ask you guys because what cryptids do you really believe in? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
If any.
If any. There we go.
Oh my god. That's never been asked of me before. I don't know.
That's a perfectly acceptable answer.
For me, personally, like...
It'd be cool if any of them are real.
It would be.
Okay. Well, like, for me personally, I'm not, like, before, like, this and such, I haven't really been, like, really got to know, like, American cryptids, but, other mythical creatures in other myths, like some of those I believe in, you know, like maybe they're there, like maybe all of them are there. You just, you know, but you know, it's best to like be respectable and be nice, and you know, maybe if you are being a dickhead, they'll come fuck you up later and you won't even know what hit you.
Oh, I love it.
This feels solid.
Wittershins is satisfied.
The best kind of cryptid is the one that only appears to prove you wrong.
The karma cryptid, as it were.
Yeah.
The karma cryptid, yeah. Yeah, well,
The karma
since
chameleon.
so many of these things have ties to mythology and cultures that, you know, like are not necessarily our shared cultures. Definitely don't want to be like dismissive of the cultural value that they have, and that's something that we were kind of really mindful of, because as you might know, there's an Until Dawn remake, and there was a lot of drama around it in how they depicted a certain cryptid, and we were like, we're not going to do that. We're going to be careful. We're going to be nice.
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, well, not obviously, but I'm not a member of any of those communities, but I feel like you guys found the line and did this in a respectful way, and I think it shows that hey, you can tell stories like this without crossing those lines. So again, well done there. I think what's next was my actual last question. You guys don't have any other projects or anything coming up, or everything's no irons in the fire at the moment?
Not with the current team. Not to say that there isn't a potential for more stuff to work on. A lot of our team members do want to continue to polish exposure. We have talked about adding additional sprites, additional CGs, just more to, you know, bring the vision to an even more complete, polished state. So there's still potential there with this particular project. Winter visual novel jam is going to be happening at some point. I have no idea what participation in that's going to look like, as far as myself or any other members of the team.
Okay.
We got some really good feedback on kind of the endings and how we could make those more impactful with just like a couple of extra little like bits of dialogue in a scene. So that's something that I would like to expand on in one of our updates.
Nice. So we'll have some slightly more polished endings, and of course, cryptid and DILF DLC. So
also, I have I think 2, maybe 3 more tracks that I'm hoping to add.
Oh wow!
That I was hoping to do before, but I didn't quite time organize well.
Okay.
So I'll hopefully adding those 2.
That actually sounds like you guys have a lot more content planned, a lot more to add. So that's great. Dr. Punica is here. Polly says, I meet the karma cryptid when I steal sweet treats from my partner and eat them all at once. Dr. Punica says it's great that you guys were mindful when making this game. Dr. Punica is one of the artists on Tell It Slant, which is another jam game.
The artist.
The artist.
For everything except for
everything except UI. Thanks for being here, Dr. Punica. And yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. So everybody, again, we have here Lynn, project manager, background and UI artist, Renpy programmer for Exposure. Courtney Gore, is it Remillard?
Remillard.
Remillard. I was so close. Courtney
It's
Gore,
okay.
Remillard, writer, concept artist, logo designer, asset designer, playtester, jack of all trades, and Qianhua, sketch and concept artist. Oh man, every time. Sketch and concept artist and creature designer. And Yuri Gore, music composer and sound designer. You guys, fantastic game. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this and spend time with us. It really benefits our community to learn and get to experience your game this way. Really appreciate you. I think Quarter, thank you for the follow.
Oh, right, I gotta do that as well.
So it's almost 2 a.m. We went a little bit over time. Our other game is going to join us next Wednesday. They're going to be in the first slot. So we're not going to do 9 to 5 a.m. tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and raid out here. Thank you guys so much. It's been such a pleasure. I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you for having
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take it
Thank
easy.
you. Wonderful stream.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.